evening. Welcome to the February regular board meeting for the New Hanover County Board of Education. I would like to call this meeting to order. We will start with our invocation. This evening, we welcome Reverend Jermaine Armour, pastor of St. Luke African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, and he will be remote. So I please encourage everyone to stand up for our invocation.
My name is Jermaine Armour, and I am the pastor of the St. Luke Church here in the great city of Wilmington. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in some circles you are known as teacher. So we ask that you would bless every teacher in our school system and every employee in every school. Christ came to us not as an adult, but as a child. So Lord, bless every child enrolled in our school system and those who will soon be school-aged children. And Lord, bless our school board members with wisdom, insight, and love as they lead us in the development of our most precious gifts, our children. This we ask in the name of Christ. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Bowie, please do the roll call.
Good evening. Stephanie Adams.
Here.
Nelson Boyer.
Here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Here.
Stephanie Walker.
Here.
And Peter Wildebohr.
Here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bowie. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, move to approve.
All right, we have first and a second. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie?
Miss Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Boyer.
Aye.
Miss Justice.
Aye.
Miss Craybill.
Aye.
Mr. McManus.
Here.
Miss Walker.
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye.
Agenda is approved, 7-0. Next item on the agenda is a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, A3, and A6, to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321, and to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privileged information. Is there a motion?
Move for closed session pursuant to the statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Bowie?
Miss Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Boyer.
Aye.
Miss Justice.
Aye.
Miss Craybill.
Aye.
Mr. McManus.
Aye.
Miss Walker.
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
Motion passes. We are in closed session. Item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from our January regular board meeting. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, minutes are approved, 7-0. Next item on the agenda is recognition of achievement, and I believe we are going to welcome Ms. Ann Gibson up to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Tonight, we're honored to recognize School Showcase School Noble Middle School, Adrienne Gale, women's basketball coach at Ashley High School, Isaac Bear, Early College High School, Wilmington Early College High School, and Hoggard High School senior Emma Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Noble Middle School was founded and constructed over 50 years ago. One of the prominent school-wide goals throughout its history has been pursue excellence. Despite recent challenges like hurricanes, construction, and the pandemic that is COVID-19, Noble not only stayed true to the goal of pursuing excellence, Noble delivered excellence. By organizing and providing a free community yard sale, Noble delivered excellence to those that were affected by Hurricane Florence. Noble also improvised and maintained a fun spirit during all of the chaos surrounding construction. And Noble has delivered excellence by finding creative ways to connect and instruct our students during this pandemic. As students enter our building, they are greeted and welcomed by a staff and administration that maintains a student-first mindset. The classroom leaders, instructional experts, and motivated staff of Noble, they challenge students to embrace the goal. Engaging lessons, hands-on activities, and meaningful discussions are just a few examples of the academic rigor that students encounter throughout their time at Noble Middle School. From the classrooms to the hallways, the school environment and atmosphere is one of growth and unity. Our guidance and counseling team promotes and encourages students to display their kindness and to take a chance at lifting others up. Our elective and physical education teams work in unison to round out the complete middle school experience. The music and arts department continuously thrives with every opportunity to create and perform. Our career technology team provides top-shelf instruction that allows students to participate in biotechnology, business and engineering technology, and students also enjoy participating in a physical education program that provides an epic end-of-year field day event that no other middle school provides. Noble Middle School has extracurricular activities that provide opportunities for all interests. Chess Club, Battle of the Books, Surf and Skate Club, Science Olympiad, all the way to our highly decorated athletic programs. Through it all, we are thankful for the success that we've been able to achieve over the past 50 years, and we are even more excited about our opportunities to help students pursue excellence over the next 50 years.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Education. Tonight, we will be bringing you our February board recognitions. First up, we would like to recognize Adrian Gale, women's basketball coach for Ashley High School. When Ashley High School first opened in 2001, Coach Adrian Gale walked through the doors and made it her workday home for the past 2 decades. Barely out of school herself, Coach Gale was hired at the age of 25 by Principal Brady and Coach Wheeler, the first principal and athletic director for the Screaming Eagles. She built the program from scratch and still remembers her first win as a head coach. The victory occurred on the Screaming Eagles' home court against South Brunswick. On January 9th, Coach Gale got her 300th career win. Congrats, Coach, on this monumental accomplishment.
It's pretty neat and fun to be able to share this journey at one place. And you know, I feel like I saw this school being built when it was sand, and you know, and paint still getting put on the building, and to be able to be here for the full 20 years is quite of an accomplishment, and I just feel blessed and honored that I had this opportunity to be a part of something really special here at Ashley.
Next up, we would like to recognize Isaac Bear Early College High School for their 100% graduation rate. A high graduation rate is an outstanding achievement that represents an impressive amount of hard work by students and educators. We congratulate the staff and the 2019-2020 class of Isaac Bear for this outstanding accomplishment. Additionally, we recognize the staff and the 2019-2020 class of Wilmington Early College High School for their accomplishment of a 98.1% graduation rate. Job well done to both schools and the staff. Our final recognition of the evening goes to Emma Johnson, a senior at Hoggard High School. Ms. Johnson has earned the highest award for Girl Scouts. She is a recipient of the Gold Award for work from her introduction and implementation of the arts curriculum, Art Reach. The curriculum was developed to allow at-risk youth an introduction to art. Congratulations to Emma and her troop leader, Nancy Braswell, on this achievement and for leading the way across our district and community. That is it for our recognitions of the evening. Congratulations to all of our board recognitions. The district is incredibly proud of the work they are doing and their initiative to lead the way in our district.
Congratulations to all those recognized, and thank you very much to our communications team for putting together a beautiful video to highlight those recognitions. Okay, next item on the agenda is the call to the audience. So we have a very full list this evening. Obviously, there are a lot of you that have signed up both in person, and we've had a lot of people that have called in. Our call to the audience per policy 2310 allows for, if there are over 10 people that have signed up to speak, the speaker is limited to 2 minutes. We have 14 people signed up here in person. We have 38 people signed up remotely. The policy also allows for us to have public comment for up to 60 minutes. I think we are going to exceed that this evening. So if it is the board's wish to extend the time for those that we have here, so moved, Mr. Wildeboer. So we will extend the time for our in-person guests, and if we'll vote for yes. Sorry, is there a second to that? Thank you, Ms. Justice. Any discussion around that? Extending the time to hear all of our call in to the audience, both remote and in person.
I would just briefly like to thank the level of community involvement from New Hanover County. Having this many people sign up is it's impressive, and it shows your dedication to your students, regardless of what side of the issue you fall on. We hear you, and we certainly appreciate you.
And what I would like to say too, we have, like I said, 14 people here in person that will be speaking, but when we have hit our 60 minutes, what the policy allows us to do is to then move the remaining speakers to the end of the meeting. So all of those that are recorded, we will, once we get past the 60 minutes, we'll move the recorded ones to the end. But everyone here will have an opportunity to speak. All right, we have a first and a second to extend for the time. Is there a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Okay, motion passes. On that note, I will pass it to Ms. Bowie to call up our call to the audience participants that have signed up.
Good evening. Our first call to the audience is Peter Rawlwich.
Thank you. Tonight, I will speak about young children and the alternatives to school suspensions. Children come to school to learn, and sometimes they make mistakes. They might give the wrong answer to a math problem, or they might do something that disrupts learning, like pushing another student. The challenge for the teacher in both cases is to understand why the child made that mistake. And if it's pushing, the teacher wonders, did something happen on the bus that morning? Was it an accident? Or did the child not know how to use words to resolve a conflict? Policy 4300 lays out many ways for a teacher or a principal to respond to behavioral mistakes, including student conferences, parental involvement, behavioral contracts, instruction in conflict resolution and anger management, peer mediation, small group sessions with a school counselor, and in the policy committee, Ms. Craybill suggested adding restorative justice. These alternatives are all appropriate for our kindergarten through 5th grade students because they let kids know it's okay to make mistakes, and they gives them an opportunity to learn from their mistakes. All of these options treat students with dignity and respect. Suspensions give kids the opposite message, that they're bad or we don't want them around. It's time to end suspensions in our elementary schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roch.
Thank you, sir.
Our next one will be Brandon Adams.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Adams. My wife and I are parents of a fifth.
Mr. Adams, I have to ask you to keep your mask on. I'm sorry. Thank you. Just hold that for those 4 seconds. Back it up. All right. Thank you.
Good evening. My wife and I are parents of a 5th and 4th grader at Parsley Elementary School. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this board in advocacy of our students having permission to return to Plan A program. The administration, faculty, and students have all adapted significantly to maintain safety over the course of this calendar year to this COVID environment. However, in navigating the operational standard of safety, sacrifices have been made by many in our community, especially our students and their families. For our children, we have seen the virtual environment as demotivating for learning and has eroded the values that the classroom experience provides. Although the amount of the classroom time has decreased, the expectations and the accountability have not. The withdrawal of the decision not to go to Plan A after the holidays was a significant emotional withdrawal for the kids as well. Our 2 kids in Group B of Plan B have been in class for a total of 19 days, or approximately 123.5 hours. At this point on a normal cycle, a student would have been slated a run rate of 103 days, or 669.5 hours. This is a disservice to the investment of our community, which we've made into our public school system. We have a highly skilled, innovative administration and faculty that are capable of creating a safe environment for our students and their families. Most importantly, this board has been elected by this community to represent all kids. Our dear friend Jakira Dixon lives in a community where her son attends Freeman Elementary. Jakira was scheduled to attend and speak tonight, but was unfortunately unable to be here. She asked that I would speak and be her voice. She asked that I would also speak for her son Jakai and other kids in their neighborhood to be provided the same opportunity to return. Every day that we extend this hybrid model, the gap only widens for our students at risk in their social development, academic preparedness, and grow toward the bright future of what we committed for them to experience in our community. We believe in the advocacy and leadership of this board.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Please support a return to Plan A with your vote. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Josie Barnhart.
Good evening, Board. On January 13th, you frankly crushed my hope when you ripped Plan A and C off the table for elementary. And I said, while I was sending out my application for charter school for my daughter, I said, what about my kids? This is my community where my child goes to school. And I said, I cannot sit around and pretend that I'm okay, that knowing that they do not have an option. So I'm here tonight. I've been rallying for the last couple weeks, and in the petitions that I've signed as a stay-at-home mom, I have gotten 725 signatures as pushback against that decision. After the press conference today, the governor urging for Plan A for elementary school, and quote, the science is clear, it is safe to reopen, I'm here tonight asking for that. We elected you to provide superior education for our kids, and I want you to be held accountable for that. Halting the decision plan process of January 13th came about with teacher vaccination. We have never discussed this as a path forward when we talked about this in October. My eyes were opened, however, on January 19th when a statement from our New Hanover County Association of Educators qualified as safe reopening and listed similar demands and more. That organization openly endorses members of this group, but it is not the only voice in our community. Tonight, I ask that you give us our voice back. This year, we have lost over 90 staff and 2,000 to enrollment in our county. How many more can we stand to lose? I'm asking you tonight to give us our choice back, and I encourage you to allow the movement of Plan A for elementary schools beginning Monday, February 8th. You gave us 6 days to turn it around. I want to give you 6 days to turn it around for these kids. We have let fear ruin our process of education, and I'm asking you tonight to please stop that. It has created major social, emotional, financial, behavioral, and educational tolls on our community, and you are responsible for that. Thank you.
Next, we have Dorian Cromartie.
Good evening. My name is Dorian Cromartie. Some of you may know me. Tonight, I'm here to speak about ending K-5 suspension. I think myself it's a very simple thing to do. I think it's the right decision to do. I fully support it. I really think we should stop investing our time, money, and energy in suspending our children. I think it should be better spent getting these kids the counselors, social workers, things they need. You know, suspending children gives them a negative impact on education itself, on the leaders in the school, on people, their whole community, everything. It's no positive comes from suspending children at an early age. I can say that because I was one of those children at one time. I went to Forest Hills and I got suspended for something I thought was right. I was told I was a bad child and wouldn't amount to anything. That's what happened with my suspension. So I'm here today to tell you that I fully support ending K-5 suspension. It's not right. It should be an easy decision for all of you. The science says that it doesn't do anything good for a kid. You follow the science when it comes to coronavirus. You should follow the science when it comes to this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Angie Caney.
Good evening. My name is Angie Caney, and I will again be representing another victim of sexual assault in our school system that the school board has miserably failed to protect. It is unsafe and ill-advised to put that family in front of you to tell their story and expose their identity, so I am here to advocate on their behalf. In March of 2014, a special needs child was sexually assaulted at Bradley Creek Elementary by an abuse-reactive student when New Hanover County Schools failed to uphold the legal parameters of his IEP and allowed the student to be unsupervised with access to another student, leading to unwanted sexual advances in the restroom. The principal of Bradley Creek at that time was Jane Kiker, daughter of longtime school board member Jeanette Nichols. Over the last 7 years, we have tried desperately to reach resolution and obtain documentation of the events of that day to no avail. Does a mother not deserve to know the specifics of whether her child was sexually assaulted or raped? While we know that Module 3 paperwork was completed for sexual misconduct, since that is the procedure to document even insignificant incidents such as a fall, the district maintains the position that it no longer exists. Was this incident report destroyed to hide the details of yet another mishandling of sex crimes by the district from the public and the parents of this child? We also know that there have been threats made against this mother, also an employee of New Hanover County Schools, by none other than Rick Holliday, who warned that to continue to look into the matter further could negatively impact her job. This man walks free today, with his name embellished on the side of a stadium without remorse. And Kiker has conveniently been moved to Freeman Elementary as assistant principal, with her pay unscathed, to a school that some would argue is the most vulnerable in the county and where this mother has family for her to terrorize there. We call for her termination, not her resignation, relocation, or retirement, but we call for Jane Kiker to be fired for this oversight. The fact that you don't let us speak at these meetings
Thank you, Ms. Caney.
is
Your
proof
time
in
is
point.
up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Courtney Burrell.
My name is Courtney Burrell, and I'm a mother of 2 children at Alderman Elementary School, a first grader and a 5th grader. Today I come before the board to give you 3 points to strongly consider. Number 1, every choice in life has risk. Nothing is 100% risk-free. Despite strong recommendations from Governor Cooper and expert guidance offered at the national, state, local, and institutional levels, you have discussed and voted in fear that the decision to bring children back into the classroom was dangerous and far outweighed the harm caused by virtual learning. The elementary age group is the least likely to contract and spread COVID, and a recent North Carolina study confirmed that 0 cases of COVID have been transmitted from a child to a staff during in-person learning. Our youngest citizens are falling farther and farther behind academically. You know your decisions of the past and how quickly you have reversed them. I watched my children go from hope to tears after hearing that you first agreed to Plan A and then you jerked it away from them. I carried that burden, not you. Number 2, keeping children out of school buildings does not mean that children are staying at home all day. My husband and I are fortunate to have jobs where we can do them at our own home. But what about the working parents or single parents that cannot work from home? In Plan B, so many children are successfully attending after-school programs, being exposed to hundreds of new children each day. So the basis for your previous thought process is flawed. No, if not in person at school, they're in person somewhere, and no one is dying because of it. Number 3, remember the oath that you took to advocate education for every student in New Hanover County. That's every student does not mean only the affluent or only the impoverished, or only those with a strong parental backing, or only those of single parents, or only exceptional children, or only those that are academically gifted. It means everyone. My sole ask is that you call for an emergency meeting where you will vote to return under Plan B, just as Governor Cooper expressed in today's conference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jakira Dixon. Next, we have Chris Sutton.
Had a speech prepared, but truth be told, I just got kicked a kind of a curveball. So instead, I'd like to just address y'all straightforward. The number one thing that we have that's going to be preventing us from moving Holiday Stadium name is the fact that he has not been charged with anything. So let me go ahead and spell this out for the people that have not talked to the SBI. Did y'all know that they just changed state law because of this case? That because of Rick Holiday, they just changed it where now anyone over the age of 18, you must come forward when a child is sexually assaulted, okay? They changed that because of the word caretaker inside of there. They are not sure if principal falls under the word caretaker. I know this because I've talked to the SBI over a dozen times. I am emotionally invested in this because I played t-ball with some of these kids. I played football with them at Trask Middle School. I played with them at Laney High School under that same stadium that Holiday's name's on. It's wrong. Those people have kids in our schools. They're going to have to go to their kid's school. They're going to have to go to those games and see that man's name up there. It needs to go. It's just as dirty of a name as Michael Kelly or Peter Frank, which since we're talking about that, I wanted to go ahead and bring up another, just a couple things here. Let's go ahead and talk about Peter Frank's files that were never released. Lisa Stepp, she was the chair. She stated that y'all voted on it and that the files were partially supposed to be released. 8 months later, Port City Daily did a report. They stated, no, we're not going to release nothing, no comment, that's it. After a board vote, what happened with that? Okay? $5,000 worth of documents compiled for Tim Markley. Nelson, Judy both said they never got to see those documents. We paid $5,000 for documents that not one person on the board saw. Who has them? Who got to see them? Why did we never get to see them? Transparency, what every single one of y'all wrote off, which I don't have time to go through it, but I got a quote from Mr. Wildebohr, Ms. Walker, Mr. Craybill, Mr. McManus. Every single one of y'all talked about trust, restoring trust, getting back to this. There are certain things that just need to be released. Same thing with Wayne Bullard. He got caught sitting in that seat, laughing at us, sitting there filming us. It's supposed to be released. We had the lawyer send a letter to him multiple times, but then when the school board gets asked about it months later, no comment. Where is it? I want to see if he was talking to Rick Holliday while he was sitting there.
Mr. Sutton, your time is up. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Y'all understand.
Thank you very
Please
much.
do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you,
you.
sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Candace Spearman.
Candace Spearman? You here? Okay, if she comes in, we can circle back.
Carrie Ann Elkins.
Hello. This is going to be hard to say after that one, so just forgive me, I'm a little emotional. Thank you for having me here today to speak. My name is Carrie Elkins. I'm a school volunteer, former special education teacher, assistant, substitute teacher, and most importantly, I'm a mother of 4. All 4 of my children have attended New Hanover County Schools. 2 have graduated and gone to UNCW, and currently I have 2 students enrolled now at Ashley High School. As you can tell, I'm no stranger to the New Hanover County School system. For your information, I've attended the last few school board meetings. I sat in the front row and painfully listened to negative protest teachers and then all of you for hours deciding the fate of my children's education and how it would continue this time. At the last board meeting, I was very disappointed as we had very informative, positive information presented by Duke University experts and encouraging numbers being delivered by our own New Hanover County Health Department. As a mother, this is very emotional to me. I should not have to be here today. I should trust the Board of Education here to take care of our children and to make the right decisions regarding their educational needs. With that said, I'm not going to throw a bunch of numbers around, facts or statistics, because you guys already had that information presented to you at the last meeting. Unfortunately, you have made it clear that you were not interested in following the science or any of the encouraging data that was presented at the meeting. The good news is that we have thousands upon thousands of New Hanover County residents, healthcare professionals, and many more being vaccinated at this time. People are traveling, dining out, shopping, the list goes on, but our kids can't attend school. Most of our students are being bombarded with anxiety and depression. Our kids are failing, experiencing loneliness. No child should ever be lonely. Negativity is killing our community. We urge you to start thinking more positive and consider all the great information being presented to you and discontinue looking for every which way for things not to work in our schools. There's really no excuse right now. I will end here by reminding you all that we had teenagers in the room at the last meeting. They walked away from this meeting feeling that you did not care about them.
Ms.
They're
Alkins,
teenagers,
your
they're
time is
smart,
up.
and they
I'm sorry.
understand what's happening here.
Thank you, Ms. Alkins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bob Lockerbie.
Hi. By not being in school for full-time, face-to-face learning, our children's development has been at best impaired and at worst potentially irreparably damaged. We can only hope that we will see a turning point sooner rather than later for them in the form of providing a choice for them to return to school full-time under Plan A. None of us can accurately predict the future and how the last 11 months will ultimately impact our children's well-being. Well-being that goes beyond what they learn and retain in their academic studies, but probably more importantly in how they will develop, are going to be the young men and women and ultimately adults who will be advocating for what is best for their children one day. As adults and as a school board, we should be prioritizing the needs of our children. On September 17th, Governor Cooper provided the ability to bring our elementary-age children back in school for full-time, face-to-face learning. As the topic of returning to school under Plan A has been discussed, the adults have thrown studies, data, and analogies at each other, while our children sit back and look to us, all of us, to solve this issue and make them our #1 priority. If we continue to fail our children and do not make their growth and development our #1 priority now, we will have failed in our roles as the adults who are charged with protecting and nurturing our children. As a school board, you have the ability, the duty, and the responsibility to make these children the #1 priority, move to provide a choice for parents to transition our elementary-age school children to Plan A if parents deem that is the best interest of their children and their families, and I urge you to do just that. I feel it is also important for the school board to examine how you conduct business of our public school system and the execution of your authority and duties conferred upon you by law and New Hanover County school policies. As a collective body, focusing on the governance of our school system should be your top priority. As the duly elected members of our school board, you have the ability to become an effective governing and oversight body who can facilitate the improvement of our school system. Please put Dr. Faust in charge instead of acting as 7 CEOs or COOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockerbie. Would you please remind people to put masks over their nose?
Oh, yes. Yeah, please, if Mr. Lockerbie, if you could just pull your mask up as well, just everyone, just as a reminder, make sure we're wearing our mask properly. Thank you.
Next, we have Susan McLean.
Good evening. I have a 7th grader at Noble Middle School. And I'm one of those crazy parents after seeing what happened last year that I was going to do something about it, because that's what you do. You do things about it. You help other people. So I started a learning pod. I have 12 middle schoolers. I don't know if any of you have ever sat through a Zoom all day long, all year long with middle schoolers. I know some of you have middle schoolers. It is quite the feat. So instead of just letting them goof off and do TikToks all day long, I did something crazy. I get up at 4:30 every morning. I know about Industrial Revolution, French Revolution, all the social studies. I can tell you the math. I can tell you the science, mitosis, meiosis. And I make those kids learn because their parents have to go to work. And I'm angry because I understand the science. I'm a math major. I used to teach 20 years ago high school math. Dr. McManus, you were my principal when I was at Harvard. I look at the statistics, and there is only 2 children who have died because of COVID, according to the NCDHH website. There is no reason for our kids not to be at school. I want them to go back safely. I want them to social distance, but you can do it. And Dr. McManus from Cape Fear Academy, you know what private schools are doing. They are turning gymnasiums, libraries, all of those different spaces into classrooms so that they can properly social distance. It is sad that you have more of a chance of dying in a car accident than your child dying of COVID. You still ride in a car. You're not going to tell your children not to ride in a car. And that's what we should do. Our kids should be back in school.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brianna Williams.
Can I move the mic? I'm a little short.
Sorry about that. Today I'm here to speak on behalf of my children and the children who cannot be here today with us. Are heroes. They are our heroes. This is my son Levi. He is 8 years old. Leading up to this year, he wanted to be a paleontologist or a technologist. This year, he doesn't know. He's lost all of his motivation. This is Natalie. She is my 6-year-old. She wanted to be a teacher. She wanted to be, she wanted to be what teachers are supposed to be, to teach the young how to be people, how to do things in this world. She doesn't have that role model anymore. She doesn't want to be a teacher anymore. She's not in school long enough to have that connection with a teacher any longer. None of our children do. Their teachers hardly know who they are. They know their faces, they know their voices, but they don't know who our kids are anymore. The emotional and mental strain remote learning has caused on our children is heartbreaking. I understand that our teachers and their staff are not responsible for the mental well-being of our children, but to our children, school provides structure. It provides support and motivation and opportunities and social well-being for our children. This school year, I've had to pull my kids away crying from tablets because they are overwhelmed. No kid should be that overwhelmed that they are crying on a tablet doing school. The wonderful job that our teachers are doing is secondhand to them having to teach themselves now how to do remote learning. I see my time is up, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final in-person is Natasha Longo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Most of you know who I am, some of you do not. Normally, in public, I go by Tosh Longo, so that name might go ahead and ring a bell. I'm not going to stand up here and waste too much of your time, because I'm sure that, especially at the last board meeting, and you're going to hear more from this board meeting, all of the studies that have been done, and the research, and the science, and the data, but for every 5 you have that say that it's not safe to send kids back to school, we have 5 that says that it is. Our teachers are civil servants. Whether that is what they signed up to do or not, that is what they are. Children in New Hanover County are suffering mentally. You all are hearing voices from educators and people in the community, but the voices that you aren't hearing are the voices of the parents who have children who have begun to self-harm since they have been home from school. You're not hearing the voices of the parents who have had their children IVC'd for acute care since their children have been out of school. That is because these are the stories people aren't too comfortable about talking about. It is your duty to do what is right for these children and their families. It is destroying their mental health, and as all of you know, the mental health safety and the safety of students in New Hanover County has always been my goal. I'm also here to let you know of the voices of educators who speak out in favor of Plan A and a choice between Plan C, who have been bullied by their peers and their colleagues. They have been bullied by their employers and reprimanded. This is unacceptable. I'm encouraging you all to, as soon as possible, cast a vote to give parents and educators an option between Plan A and Plan C.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Billy, we're about 30 minutes in, so why don't we go ahead and we can get started with our remote calls.
Our first remote is from Landon Parker.
Use And Ms. Bowie, are they going to be cut at 2 minutes? Okay, thank you.
We will come back to Ms. Parker. Our next is Leslie Posey.
This is Leslie Posey. First of all, I want to thank you for continuing to keep the elementary schools in Plan B. It is extremely important that we are taking all precautions possible to protect the health of our teachers and children. The last 2 weeks, a lot of people on social media, and I assume in messages to you, are referencing a CDC report in which the headline states, quote, "It is safe to fully open schools," end quote. What I would like to point out to you is that these people are not reading beyond the headline and first paragraph. They are not reading or analyzing the basis of the scientific report, which is research done in rural Wisconsin in November and December. This is what the summary of the research in the Washington Post on January 26th said, quote, "Specifically, the CDC recommends that schools require masks, allow for a distance of 6 feet between people, and keep students in cohorts to limit the number of people who must quarantine in the case of an exposure. It also recommends screening tests to identify asymptomatic infected people and increased air ventilation," end quote. In New Hanover County schools, under these recommendations, full face-to-face opening is not possible. Classroom sizes prohibit spacing children 6 feet apart in the classrooms. Because of busing requirements, students cannot be kept in isolated cohorts. The district is not physically able to install better air ventilation systems. Finally, the district is not doing screening tests to identify asymptomatic people. In fact, according to my sources in the district, many schools are not using any symptoms other than fever to identify students or staff who should be tested. I would also like to add one other point. It was announced last week that the option of the phone call-in for call to audience is going to be discontinued starting in March. There are a large number of people who want to have our voices heard publicly. By forcing us to be in a crowded room in the middle of a raging pandemic, you are giving the appearance that you do not want input from the community. Is that your goal? As publicly elected officials, that is extremely bad policy. In closing, I again want to thank you for keeping the
Landon Parker.
Hello, my name is Landon Parker, and I am a parent of 2 children that attend Alderman Elementary School on Independence Boulevard here in New Hanover County. I'm calling in because I just would like to voice my opinion in regards to the children hopefully returning to a full face-to-face education for the remainder of the school year in 2020. As a parent of 2 children, I am a business owner. I've had to work the entire pandemic due to the fact that I work in essential business. It's been a very big struggle just to keep things going, especially with balancing the work with the children. I have to state the fact that I feel that my first grader has severely been affected by the fact that he cannot learn face-to-face instruction. In the last few weeks, regarding to the extensive Zoom meetings that are required hourly amongst our children, has gotten to be very difficult for him to function. It has definitely affected him in more ways than none emotionally. I just feel like it's too much to ask of our children. I feel that it is a lot that, as a parent who's had to constantly adjust her schedule, and thankfully I have other resources outside the school that has helped me. For example, our after-school program. If I didn't have them, I don't know what I would be doing. I have a very hard time sending my children to an after-school program all day where they can fully function as a group with other students and have had no cases of COVID or minimal cases of having to quarantine, and they can't get back into the classroom. My children need the classroom. They need face-to-face study. We have done our part for over a year now, or almost a year now, and I really would like my children to go back to school face-to-face before this affects them more. My 5th grader, who has adjusted somewhat well academically, okay,
Next, we have Stacy Kitt.
Hello, my name is Stacy Kitt, and I am a registered voter in the city of Wilmington. And I am just calling to tell you that the decision to go back to in-person comments only as of the March meeting makes no sense at all. I'm really wondering if you want to hear from the citizenry, why you would make us come to an in-person meeting when 100 people a day are dying in the state of North Carolina. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, and the reason you set up the automated calls is so you could hear from people without us having to come in. It's completely unreasonable to end that now. And please know that this is the kind of action that reduces citizen input and transparency and gives us the impression that you don't want to hear from the people who voted you into office, and you will hear about this at the ballot box if you go through with this decision. Make no mistake about that.
Next, we have an anonymous caller.
Hello, I am a parent of 2 children in K through 5 elementary schools, and I am calling to express my wish of starting K through 5 to in-person full-time schools as soon as possible. Who matters is my ultimate question. Do the kids matter? Many states and counties have successfully started back in person full-time. They have adjusted as they needed to for each situation. COVID is here to stay, just like influenza has stayed. COVID mutates, just like influenza mutates. Believe and trust the data that the medical doctors have given you. Stop making decisions on your personal life and saying you're making decisions based on safety and data. If that was true, we would have started back school.
Next, we have Dee White.
Hi, my name is Dee White. My family, my husband and I actually grew up in Wilmington and were raised going to New Hanover County Public Schools. 3.5 years ago, we bought a house in the Parsley neighborhood or zone, school zone, because the school and the education that our children receive is, of course, the utmost importance, and we wanted her to go one of the best schools in the county. With the pandemic hitting last year, we made the tough decision to pull our daughter from going to Parsley. She was set to begin kindergarten, and put her in private school. Both of my husband and I work full-time jobs, and we just did not have the capacity nor the additional money it would take to have somebody at our house working one-on-one just with our daughter to help her do school, because as you can imagine, that is a full-time job for someone to help a kindergarten student learn remotely. I have seen the turmoil that this has taken on my friends and their children as they have, it's been the bait and switch of whether they're going back to school or not, even with the hybrid model. The feedback and hearing kids talk about how, things are and having to learn remotely, it just is not the same. We had the experience of remote learning around the holidays for 3 weeks. And my daughter could not wait to go back in school. We've been so very fortunate that she's had an in-person experience. That said, we very much want to send our daughter to Parsley next year. We want to re-enroll at New Hanover County Public Schools. We want our child to have an in-class instruction.
Next, we have Harrington Curlin.
Hi, my name is Harrison Curlin, and I'm in 2nd grade. Can you let us go back to school?
Next, we have Henry Curlin.
Hi, my name is Henry Curlin. I'm in 3rd grade, and can you let us go back to school?
Next, we have Paul Lander.
Hello, my name is Paul Wingard. I have 2 children in the New Hanover County School District. These children really need to get back to school. It is an 8-hour process to educate a child. We struggle as a nation to educate our children, and leaving them at home to fend for themselves is not the way children need to be educated, and is not the way educators should be paid. Remember, you are all elected officials, and you need to do what is right for the community, not what looks good for your status. Right now, we have several members of this board only worried about if they're going to be voted in or voted out. Do what is right for the children. Yeah, they may not have a say in the vote, but the parents do. And as of right now, you will all be out of a job unless you start working for our children and not for yourselves.
Lillian Mayo.
My name is Lillian Mayo, and I'm a kindergartner, and I want to be back in school. Thank you.
Michelle Mayo.
I'm calling to please ask to open the schools. These kids are suffering. Our 5-year-old is on a tablet for 5 hours a day, and on top of that, now we're doing 30 minutes of tablet reading at bedtime. It's just an absolute shame. This is when she should be in school. This is when they learn things. They're writing, holding a pencil, how to read, how to speak, how to interact with other people, and the only thing she's interacting right now is with a tablet. We never allowed our child a tablet before this. We just weren't those people. And we know people who are, nothing against them, but going from no tablet to 5 hours a day, it's just heartbreaking. Her personality's changing. We can't stand it. This is not healthy. And this is not just our child. This is every child out there. They're not learning this way. The failure rate in New Hanover County is atrocious. Something needs to change. These kids need to be in school. The study after study out there proves that these kids are not spreaders. They're not giving it to each other. They're wearing masks. They're being distant. If these things that are put in place are supposed to work, they will work. Please open the schools. Thank you.
Next, we have an anonymous caller.
Hello, Board of Election and Dr. Faust. I would just like to voice, I'm going to keep this brief, I would like to just voice my opinion for support of Plan A and remote option for parents starting February 8th. We all, most of us have kids in school that are struggling or need the face-to-face instruction, and for those that are afraid or don't think that's the right choice, to have the remote option. So thank you for your consideration.
Next, we have Jennifer Lander.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Wingard. I have 2 students in the New Hanover School District. I have one at Ashley High School in 10th grade, and I have one at Pine Valley in 5th grade. I am begging you to please reopen the schools and send these kids back full-time. The mental trauma that you're causing these kids it's just too much. Please, I'm begging you to reopen the schools before it's too late and before there's beyond help for these children. Thank you.
Next, we have an anonymous caller.
Hello, New Hanover Board of Education. I am a parent of 2 elementary students, and I'm calling in to urge you to move to Plan A with the choice of Plan C for those that wish to remain in remote learning. My 2 children are high-achieving and extroverted students, yet they are plagued with extreme stress, and in the case of one of my children, a recent diagnosis of clinical depression. After talking with other parents, many other children are feeling similar symptoms. The effects of the long-term social isolation combined with the ineffective teaching model remote learning provides has left our family and many others in our county broken. What we have learned from the research emerging about this infection in children suggests that if they get sick, their illness is typically milder, and children do not spread the virus as much as adults, especially below the age of 12. In fact, the research teaches us that the virus is more likely to be spread in the home environment than in the school setting, where safety protocols such as masks, physical distancing as much as possible, diligent hand washing, and cleaning are implemented. In fact, recently, Dr. Fauci backed the CDC recommendations on schools reopening, and in his statement reported the data that compared the spread of the virus in the community to the spread of the virus at school. He affirmed that it is less likely for a child to get infected in the school setting than in the community setting. Under Plan B or Plan C, with no choice of a Plan A, you are forcing the children into the community, where they are more exposed and more likely to contribute to the spread. I think that it's wonderful that we have a school board and a county of educators that are concerned about their role in preventing the spread of the virus, but that's not our job. Our job is to educate and care for the well-being of the students. We need to protect them from the disease that is remote learning. Let the health department regulate and implement guidelines for other public places. It is ludicrous to think public schools should carry the burden for the entire community. But in actuality, the data show that the best place for our school system to help prevent community spread.
Next, we have Lillian.
Hi, my name is Lillian. I'm in 2nd grade. Can you please send us back to school?
An anonymous caller.
I would like to thank you for this opportunity to leave a message. I was wondering if the school board is receiving pressure from the teachers union to keep the classes closed. Thank you very much.
Kathy Brink.
Hello, my name is Kathy Brink. I have 2 grandchildren in school at Carolina Beach. I also have 2 children that teach in other communities. I have one that is a 4th grade teacher in Carteret County, one that is a PE health teacher at a grade school in Onslow County. And I just wanted to let you know that the Carteret and Onslow County teachers and children, especially grade school children, have been in school now for quite some time, face to face, and they are thriving. I'm not going to quote all of the positive research regarding children needing to be in school and all of the statistics showing that it is safe for children and teachers to be in a face-to-face classroom. You all are well aware of this information. New Hanover is not a poor school district. You have the resources to allow for proper mitigation. I do fear for these young families that move to Carolina Beach because of the wonderful school. I feel it will deter future wonderful families from moving to Carolina Beach. My concerns are the long-term tragic consequences these children are facing. Social and scholastic milestones that are being missed and may never be fully recovered. I have a 2nd grader that I fear will not be able to cope with the demands of 3rd grade next year. Once again, I have teachers in Onslow and Carteret County, and their students are thriving with their face-to-face classrooms. And there's no evidence that children and teachers are getting COVID. I fear if New Hanover County schools do not allow full-time face-to-face teaching for our grade school kids as well as older children, the school system will look back at these policies towards schools in the future as the most tragic mistake that they have ever made during this pandemic.
Next, we have Dr. William Brink.
Hi, my name is Dr. William Brink. I'm a father of 2 K-5 students at Carolina Beach Elementary. I'm calling to express my support for a Plan A option. As you already know, 80% of parents support a Plan A option. and the health professionals have indicated the risk of transmission in K-5 schools is almost near zero. I understand the need initially to go remote as we learn more about the disease, and I understand the decision to move to Plan B to gain better information about how the disease will spread once we're back in school. But at this point, I believe it's long overdue that we transition to a Plan A option. The COVID-19 risk of students being in school has been well documented by New Hanover County, North Carolina, USA, and countries around the world to almost be non-existent to both students and faculty. Now, the risk of not having a Plan A option are not only guaranteed, but present and supported by current data as well. Students are not only receiving an inferior learning experience, but they are struggling with mental health issues, physical issues, and these same issues carry over to our parents, along with the financial struggles. There are many counties in North Carolina that have operated safely under a Plan A option, and I feel that we are confident enough to do the same. Brunswick County provides a good example of operating under a Plan A option and taking precautions on a school-by-school basis, as evidenced by the recent quarantining at Jesse May Monroe Elementary. Also note that the quarantining did not even have to do with school spread, but community spread. It's time that we get students back into the classroom and provide teachers the break they need from teaching dual modalities. Teaching online and live has got to be stressful. It's time that we get our kids out of pods, out of daycare, and other less regulated places and get them into the school where they belong. It's time to catch up academically with students around the state, around the country, that have been in live school for a while. And it's also time to catch up to the private schools in New Hanover County that have been in school. It's time to salvage what's left of the...
We have an anonymous caller.
Thank you for this opportunity to respond. I find that observing my grandchildren attempting to do diligence in addressing their homework and class assignments that are dealt with through streaming or it is apparent that the foundations of the teaching that has evolved over the years of building relationships with students and understanding their needs and tailoring the response and their actions to that has been completely obliterated by the internet method of teaching. It just does not work. The children are frustrated, the teachers are frustrated because the relationship has been completely severed and the children are not able to connect and understand what their assignment is, how to take the test, the time to take the test. The problems that are given to them are not adequately explained or coached in a manner that they can be instructed. And so it ends up in frustration and meltdown. The children are bright, but the method of teaching is devoid of any relationship building or compassion. It has to stop. We have to find a better way of doing this. Open up the schools, please.
Next, we have Parker Sutherland.
Yes, my name is Parker Sutherland. I'm calling about the school board meeting on February 2nd in regards to K-5 returning to in-person learning for Plan A. I wanted to call and speak on behalf of many parents, teachers, principal friends that are 100% on board with our children going back to in-person learning. I'm from Wilmington. Went to the school system, went to Blount Elementary, Trask Middle School, New Hanover High School. My kids attend Bradley Creek. I have 3 kids in elementary school. And I can tell you that this year, my kindergartner, with his first experience to full-time school, has really struggled with not only the remote side, but really advancing like my others did. They're in second grade, and I've seen a real digression into their growth from a social standpoint, from an educational standpoint. I can tell you that there's Zoom calls that parents are trying to balance work and educating their kids. They have some kids that are not on the call, or they're home by themselves. Underprivileged kids are being left at home, and sometimes in unsafe environments because their parents have to go to work. And it's becoming very apparent that these kids are missing out on very important fundamentals. There's been social events that have been taken away from them, as far as fall festivals, Christmas events, spring events, and all of those things. Who knows when they'll return? And that's understandable. I recognize that there is a pandemic, but I also recognize that our teachers, our principals have worked very hard to put programs in place to keep our children safe.
Next, we have Liz Darnell.
Yes, hi. I'm calling to leave a message that hopefully will be heard by the school board. I'm a grandmother that has been with the grandkids while parents have been at work. And I'm calling to tell the school board to bring the kids back to school full time. There will be devastating consequences to learning, socialization, nutrition, and other aspects of growing up fostered by the school environment. Kids that are out of school is a national emergency, and it's not being treated as such. I hear very few people talking about the risks of kids being out of school. The consequences are devastating. We have virtual dropouts. We have major school districts across the U.S. where a third of the kids are not logging in every day. Our kids are now less social, and learning is not only different, it is stress-inducing. According to UNICEF, kids in schools are less likely to suffer from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence. But that are the kids that are in school. The kids that are out of school are the ones that are at risk. There are over 30 million kids across the U.S. relying on schools for nutrition. So we have food security issues going on. The second schools closed, there should have been an urgent and national priority to figure out a plan for how to get them back in. Instead, we've opened bars, restaurants, casinos, and now we have 1 million of kids who are not in school. We have kids that are totally unaccounted for. I'm not minimizing the risk of COVID, but it's the reality that we know how to control the risks in schools. There are devastating consequences from kids being out of school, and this is a national emergency, and that's not overstating it. How about portable air cleaners in every classroom? It's a cheap and inexpensive way to get the kids and the students back and keep the risk low. Opening windows, just even a little bit for ventilation.
Next, we have Colin Smith.
Okay, tell them your name.
Collins.
Collins. And what grade are you in?
Second.
Second grade. At what school?
Wesley Elementary.
Varsity Elementary. And tell them what you think about the way you're having to do school right now.
I'm missing the 100th day of school, and I have to do homeschool.
Do you like being at home and doing school?
No.
Do you struggle with your math and
Yes.
and your Zoom calls?
Yes.
So what do you want to tell them?
That I want to go back to school.
That you want to go back to school every day? Is that what you want to tell them? You can tell them, please send me to school.
Please send me to school.
Every day.
Every day.
Tell them you failed your vocabulary test. You've never failed anything in your entire school career, and that you failed it. Yeah, because it's hard, right? It's hard learning lessons over a tablet, right? Yeah. Do you cry a lot? Yeah. Okay. Tell them thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Next, we have Francesca Vernon.
Good evening. My name is Francesca Vernon. I would like to thank the board for their support for Plan B and encourage you to continue to put the health of children, staff, and our community first. Recent CDC guidance for schools includes increasing physical distance by de-densifying classroom common areas and using hybrid attendance models when needed. As you know, this is not as simple as which plans to go with or giving parents choice. In a recent interview, Dr. Zimmerman with the ABC Collaborative noted, the mitigation strategies are so very important. If you have a commitment to doing those, you can be successful. If you do not have a commitment to doing those, failure is also possible. We can be successful if we have the mitigation strategies in place. Parents want our children in school. We just want it done safely. We want our teachers, staff, and administrators considered. As I have written to Mr. Anderson and Ms. Varnum, and now to the members of the school board, if New Hanover County Schools cannot guarantee a minimum of 3 feet of social distancing in every single classroom, families should 100% be notified of this fact, and it should be stated clearly and unequivocally. You cannot present on this topic regarding Plan A and pretend that social distancing will be occurring when you very well know that it won't. Every parent has a right to these facts regarding classroom density. Most parents I have spoken with were totally unaware about the potential for overcrowded classrooms under Plan A. In closing, I would like to request that the board be very clear with their recommendations and data points. Please provide a public press release. Families are receiving misinformation at an astounding rate, and the silence from the school board speaks volumes. Parents across the county are confused. We deserve to know what we are consenting to when we send our children to school. Families, teachers, and staff deserve clear health information. And
Ms. Bowie, if you can hold for one moment. Just for a point of clarification for the board, I know that we voted to hear all the calls, but we have 16 left and we are at the hour mark. Would you like to continue with the 16 remaining calls now, or would you like to put them towards the end of the meeting per policy once we've hit that hour mark?
Is there any way that we know if they're going to be talking about something other than Plan A versus Plan B, or so that we could hear those if we're going to take action on them?
There is a suspensions topic and
an equities one.
And an equity
Well, there's
topic.
also there's policies too.
Yeah.
I would like to suggest that we hear those, if we can pull those out of order, just so that we can get in case, because we're going to be talking about some of those in policies coming up, so.
Any other thoughts on that, about pulling the 3 that are non-related to Plan A?
I'm
Or
okay
would
with
you,
that.
you're okay with pulling those 3?
Because we're going to listen to them anyway.
We're going to listen to them
Right.
anyway, but some of the other ones we may be taking action on.
Right.
So I would like to hear those before we go, if that's okay with everybody
Ms.
else.
Bowie, is that possible to pull Mr. Vlasitz? It looks like Ms. Harrelson and Ms. Abel? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the remaining 13 calls, we will move to the end and the correspondence section of the meeting.
So for our next caller, we have Mr. George Valatis.
My name is George Velasquez. For those of you who don't already know me, I am a retired public school teacher, the chair of the NAACP Education Committee, and a member of the North Carolina Democratic Party State Executive Committee. I applaud the board for its recently issued strong statement concerning systemic racism. But now is the time to take action on that statement. My message is simple. Stop suspending elementary school students. Suspensions are not the solution. They're the problem. What is evident from the school system's own data is that the disparate use of suspensions is a major contributor to the lack of equity in our school system. Black students are roughly 3 times more likely to be suspended than white students. The loss of instructional time and other negative effects of suspension undermine the connection these students have to school. The result is that students who are suspended in elementary schools are much more likely to drop out and get in trouble later on. Elementary school suspensions serve as the intake valve for the school-to-prison pipeline. For that reason alone, ending suspensions at the elementary level is a must. But ending suspensions has been shown to have positive effects on school and classroom climate and thus benefit all students. It should be noted that the data from New Hanover County elementary schools shows an almost one-to-one correspondence between high suspension rates.
So for our next caller, we have Katie Harrelson.
Good evening. My name is Katie Harrelson. There are many things that are very concerning to me that I would love to discuss tonight, including the board removing the remote call-in option for the call to the audience starting next month, or a new policy that states school employees should be allowed to confiscate and search students' personal phones and devices, and yet another policy stating that students would not have a right to have a parent or representative present when a principal or designee is seeking information from them about potential charges or accusations. However, since I may only have 2 minutes, I instead want to use my time to give a huge shout out to our teachers and other school staff for the absolutely phenomenal job they're doing. I have 2 children in New Hanover County schools, one in elementary and one in middle. They're both having a fantastic experience this year, and I've been in awe of just how much growth they've each made. Their teachers have done a wonderful job engaging them, connecting with them, and providing a superior education despite all the odds they've faced. We've asked our teachers to learn and perfect a completely new way of teaching with very little time to prepare or train for the task. We've asked them to risk their lives to go to work with our children every day. We've asked them to make plans, change those plans, and then change them again. We've asked them to rearrange their rooms, only to ask them to switch everything back with just days' notice. They've had to spend their own money on PPE, cleaning supplies, and technology. For many teachers, this has been the most difficult year of their careers, but they have showed up for our kids day after day, because that's what teachers do. And we all owe them a huge debt of gratitude. I worry that in all of the debates over which plan our county should be in, which latest study we should believe, which group of parents is making the most noise, we miss out on just how amazing our teachers truly are. I hope everyone who hears this tonight will take some time to personally thank the teachers and other school staff members who show up for our kids every day. Thank you.
Our last call to the audience for this portion is from Deborah Abel.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Abel. I'm a parent, community member, and retired teacher. First, I would like to thank you so much for following the science and voting to keep our schools on Plan B for the moment. The CDC guidelines of masking, hand washing, and social distancing of 6 feet is doable in most of the overcrowded schools with only half the students in attendance. However, I would appreciate more transparent reporting on the NHCS COVID case dashboard. The numbers there don't always reflect what's actually happening. Secondly, I attended the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee on January 25th. I was impressed by the number of diverse individuals involved and Dr. Smith's efforts to reorganize and focus that work. I love the proposed project for the Student Recognition Group. Teaching our students how to use their voice, whether through music, speaking, art, or writing, and then giving them a safe place to showcase that talent is beyond valuable. I look forward to watching them in the future school board meetings. As Amanda Gorman said, and I quote, "Being an American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it," unquote. I cannot wait to hear from our own young people. Finally, I'm concerned that during a pandemic, you're considering discontinuing this remote option for call to the audience. I do hope you'll reconsider that decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned, we will move the remaining, I believe, 14 calls to the correspondence portion of the evening. The next item on the agenda is COVID-19 updates. And before we welcome Ms. Varnum and our health department up, I would just like to, first off, thank everyone that has come today and shared their thoughts regarding Plan A And in light of the governor's press conference today and some of the comments that we've heard, I'd like to propose a special meeting to review metrics and discuss a possible safe transition to Plan A. This is not a motion, this is not a vote. This is simply to ask if the board would be open to having a conversation in about 2 weeks to see where we could be with moving to Plan A for possibly the last 9 weeks of the school year. What are the thoughts on that?
Yes.
There's a yes?
It's always worth the conversation.
Okay, conversation. Would the...
Yeah, I would even say I would be willing to do it next week if we feel like we can.
Well, here's the situation. Teachers have done so much changing back and forth in the whole community. At this point, the logical situation is to wait a couple weeks and then have the meeting. Another week might just add even more confusion. Let's not rush. We've already rushed enough.
Are we good?
Just for the sake of-
February 18th, would that work for the board?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Mr. McMahon.
I was going to ask Dr. Faust a question.
Yes.
Yeah, February.
Since we've done this already, how long would it take if we went to Plan A for the schools to get ready?
For the schools to get ready, we would have to, we could do it in a week. So we put them back in a week, so we could undo it in a week.
The 18th would probably be good.
But for the sake of parents and the sake of schools, obviously, if we are able to move in that direction, we want to make sure that we're giving everyone ample time, because I know we heard a lot about that with the last change, so that they wanted more time. So would the 18th work for everyone, for us to have a conversation, look at the metrics, look at hopefully declining rates, which I'm hoping Ms. Turner is going to be sharing with us this evening, to look at a possible transition in the near future?
Can we wait until after we hear the data from the health department to voice? Because if it's something really positive, then perhaps we could bump up our meeting. I mean, is that?
Well, I'm just saying the 9 weeks is the 9 weeks. Enough. This is rough. This is rough on everybody, back and forth.
Well, we don't have to vote. All we have to do, we just meet earlier. We're not voting. I'm just throwing that out for conversation.
I would be interested in hearing that first.
Hearing what they have to tell us.
I'm always about hearing from the health department.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds like a good idea. Let's have Ms. Turner and Ms. Varnum, if you could join us at the podium, please, for our COVID-19 updates.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we're going to start with the overall community data and then run into your New Hanover County Schools health update, and then take you through your dashboard and matrix determinations.
Thank you again for having us tonight. I did want to take just a second to introduce that we have with us tonight David Howard. He's our interim health director.
Welcome.
So he came with Donna and myself, so I'm glad he's able to be here tonight.
Thank you for being here.
The data I have is through noon yesterday. So total cases in New Hanover County since March 19th of 2020, 13,631. Now, as you can see, looking at our age groups, ages 5 to 10, and we went back, we looked at the 11th of January through the 31st of January. Ages 5 to 10, we had 23 students who were classified as recovered in that age range, 39 in the age range of 11 to 17. Keeping in mind, we don't break this up private and public school. This is students at this age who are residents of New Hanover County. So our active cases in that 2-week time frame, ages 5 to 10, we have 47 active cases, and ages 11 to 17, we have 130 active cases in our community. So as of, like I say, as of the 31st of January. Now, I do want to take just a second and let you know, since we started vaccinating on the 22nd of December, the health department, we have vaccinated 14,807 residents.
Thank you.
An amazing group of people. We've also shared vaccine with New Hanover Regional Medical Center, Women Health Associates, Med North, and Cape Fear Clinic, because we're trying to reach a broad spectrum of folks. We want to have equity in our vaccine distribution. So we are partnering with all those folks in the community to have a multi-pronged approach to vaccinate, to get as many arms vaccinated as quickly as possible. Please keep in mind that the amount of vaccine we get is what keeps us from getting as many people as want to be vaccinated, in a shorter amount of time. So Do you have any questions for me?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
I know teachers have been bumped down to group 3 now because they seem to be switching all the groups around. We know how important it is for teachers to get vaccinated, and I don't know, obviously you don't know what vaccines you're getting. I guess, are they giving you that 3-week, I guess, they announced they were giving you all a 3-week at least notice of how many vaccines you were going to get, so you could
Normally we know, I'll get an email on usually Wednesday or Thursday telling me what to expect next week.
Okay,
Now, the state did send out a 3-week baseline allocation to every county, and a guaranteed allocation. We have a guarantee of 300 vaccines a week for the next 3 weeks. That's the baseline. When they have extra vaccine, they send additional vaccine to us. That email comes usually a day or 2 later. So we don't plan our vaccine clinics until we know what we're going to have in our hands. We do not want to make appointments for people and have to cancel them.
So would the health department be interested in maybe knowing when it's the teacher's time in group 3 to, I don't know if we can mobilize or have an area. You know, I know some counties are making a priority to have teachers vaccinated just for the purpose of getting schools reopened. And I think that is a component of it. And I don't know if the health department has any idea about that. I know teachers really should be if people want schools open, then they should be made a priority. And I think that's one of the things that will help. So I don't know if any of us can have conversation with you guys about maybe once the group 3 is in, and it's not just teachers, it's educators, it's first essential workers, frontline workers.
Can I make a statement to that also?
Sure.
Actually, we have a letter that we're going to hear from Chair Julia Olson-Bozeman this evening, that the county is supporting, they're advocating on behalf of moving our educators up and prioritizing them in the vaccine list. So we will be hearing about that.
And we are actively planning from a command standpoint. The health department is actively planning how to roll that out when that time does come. So please know that we are thinking about it every day.
That's right, because I mean, we all want schools open, but that's a component of it too. I mean, if we can do it safely, that's what we really need to focus on. So I appreciate your information.
Ms. Turner, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what I'm looking at, because I think it's really important to be clear with people, especially our staff. But it seems to me that we're likely several weeks away from being able to move into phase 3 and vaccination for our teachers. I mean, I know that's not what we want to hear, but it seems like we could be several weeks, if not,
Yes, sir, you're right.
A month away.
Yes, sir, basically on the amount of vaccine that's coming into the county on a weekly basis. And I think it's important to note that the state has told us, I can't just use that vaccine for New Hanover County residents. If people want to come from Brunswick County or Pender County or South Carolina, we cannot turn them away, because our goal is to vaccinate as many people as we can. So, but yes, sir, we are several weeks away based on getting through groups 1 and 2 and the amount of vaccine we're getting on a weekly basis.
Well, thank you for all the work you're doing. We know you're working hard.
I just got one follow-up on that, just at that point. Could it be if the federal government passes a relief bill or whatever, I don't know how long it would take, but there's money in there for schools and for vaccinations too, so it could be a little bit quicker. I know it probably will be weeks, but
and I did read today that there's an increase of vaccine coming from the federal government to the states, but it didn't break down what states were getting any. North Carolina still gets about 120,000 a week, and they then have to allocate that out to 100 counties.
Right.
So yes,
it's based on population, I heard. I don't know, because North Carolina is like 9th or 10th.
I think 10.
And Ms. Turner, just a question, as far as the positivity trends, are we trending down?
Okay, so on our state health department call today, the statement was made, although the numbers are still high, we're starting to trend in the right direction. So they're still high, but they're coming down. I can tell you that, excuse me, I have my county data from last week. See if I can make a little more noise with that microphone. So 2 weeks ago, we were at 8.4% positivity, which is a really nice number compared to what we have been past weeks. And then the next week, the 17th, the 23rd, we were at 10%, which is not great, but it's still lower. So we're kind of just looking at those. So we are beginning to trend in the right direction, but it's not happening quickly, but at least it's going the right way.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Turner? Okay, Ms. Varna? Thank you very much, Ms. Turner.
Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Turner. So now we'll move to your February 2nd COVID update, key research. Oh. Yeah, there you go. So according to our New Hanover County Schools dashboard, we are of course reporting the quarantines and transmissions due to exposure at school. We're also reporting positive cases through the dashboard. Again, just to clarify, for anyone who isn't sure, these are self-report. So we do not have access, nor should we have access to a bank of lab results. We require and lean on self-report of our parents telling us about cases among students and our staff telling us about cases among them. So I'll start with, as of Friday, January 29th, so far in Plan B, so this does not count numbers for this week. During Plan B, we had 742 quarantines. Those are quarantines due to exposure at school. We cannot calculate quarantines due to exposure in the community because those aren't fully reported to us. And those 742 quarantines resulted in 9 positives. And that would be the secondary transmission. 2 student to student, 1 student to staff, 4 staff to staff, and 2 staff to student. So again, we've quarantined, out of an abundance of caution, 742 individuals, and then 9 positives resulted. Also in the same timeline, the entire time of Plan B, from October until the end of January, and these numbers are all verified by New Hanover County Health Department. And I hear concern from members of our community saying that our numbers on our dashboard are not accurate based on what they understand. But we're going on self-report and verification through the health department. We have 464 positives in Plan B. In total, that's 322 students, which is 1.2% of our student population, and then 142 staff, which is 3.6% of our staff population. Okay, so at this time, the cases in schools, and I'm going to move through the matrix to give you an idea. For cases in schools, we're at a moderate risk because we have 22 schools with 0 to 1 cases. We're at an elevated risk with 21 schools with between 2 and 10 cases, and then 2 of our schools are at high risk with greater than 10 cases. This is in the past 14 days. So again, when we start looking at these trends, we have to stay in a 14-day cycle. The risk matrix indicators, overall, we have a high risk with 36 schools with at least 1 positive case. But then when it comes to clusters, we're at a moderate risk because there is no risk, low risk when it comes to anything related to the matrix. So I want to take you to the matrix document. And again, this data is as of 1/29/21. And we'll move on to the first 2 pages remain the same that go through our parameters. And so we'll go on to page 3. So this is all the same information. This is where our information changes. So as of the end of January, schools with cases, that's where I reported, we're at a high risk in that category, and our number is 36. So we fall in that greater than 35 schools. The next, however, the schools with our number of quarantined individuals that exceeds 25, and that's under 10, and in fact, it's 3 schools. Okay? So as we move down, this would be our school level case monitoring. So instead of giving an overall range for the district, I'm giving you the number of schools that fall in that particular range. So cases in a school, which would be number of students and staff at a specific school who have tested positive within the past 14 days. That's where I reported to you 22 schools in moderate, 21 schools in elevated, and 2 schools at high. School clusters, the clusters are calculated over a 28-day period, and we have 0 clusters. We are still only, we only have the 1 cluster from back in October, and we have not had any additional clusters. And again, clusters are going to be calculated based on those cases that are connected. They're not just in the same classroom, they're contact traced as connected. And I've got more information for you on that. The next, individuals in active quarantine. So this is the number of students and staff at a specific school that would be in quarantine due to exposure at school. And we see that 42 of our 45 schools are at moderate with less than 15 individuals. 2 of our schools have between 15 and 30, and 1 school has more than 30 in
Ms. Barnum,
quarantine.
can I ask clarification on that? With the breakdown of the schools in the matrix, which of these are elementary versus middle or secondary?
Okay, so I'll let you know that I can break down the individuals in active quarantine for you quickly. I can go ahead and tell you that those schools in the high ranges are traditional high schools.
Okay.
Okay.
And do we know if they, are they related to sports at all, or, okay?
Many of our high numbers, if not all of them, and Kristen Jackson is here, and I don't want to call her on the spot, but Kristen is my right and left hand in this. Many of our larger numbers are sports related. Okay, so we'll move on to the last page, which gives you our district and school operations. So this is where we calculate basically our workforce or our preparedness for operating in these particular areas. For child nutrition, we're still, we're at a moderate range with greater than 90% operational capacity. In transportation, we're at 80 to 90%, so we're elevated in that. We have, I think we're actually at 87% in that one, so a little bit higher. We're at about a 13% absence rate. For custodial, we're 80 to 90%. In the area of nurses, we're less than 80% in coverage. And one thing that, and Ms. Turner can speak to this as well, we've spoken about this ongoing, but one of our major concerns at this point in time is we have 45 schools, 41 nurse positions. We do have 1 vacancy of a school nurse position. And again, just in case anybody is not aware, our school nurses are health department employees. But we are having to share our nurses to support with vaccine rollout and vaccine clinics. I mean, it's a health crisis, and so those are the individuals that we are sharing. We don't expect that to continue as much, but the downside of that is if vaccines roll out faster, we'll need to share our school nurses to help with that. If they start rolling out a little slower, we have more of our school nurses in the building. So we don't really like either one of those options.
Is it possible to tell us a percentage of how much in school versus how much time out of school to support the efforts? And I know it sounds like it may change based on vaccine rollout, but
What I can tell you is right now we're using probably 5 to 10 nurses per day when we're having our vaccination clinics. Like today, everybody was in school because we didn't have our vaccination clinics. But we've created a very large pool of volunteer nurses who we're now able to staff. We have enough that can cover a lot of our shifts. So we're looking to not have more than 2 to 4 nurses out per vaccination day from the school. So that's gonna help a lot. And I did wanna let you guys know we have chosen our candidate for that final vacancy. So yay. So now we're just waiting for all the background check and all the things we have to take care of. So fingers crossed in 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to have someone in place and have 41 nurses on staff. So thanks, ma'am.
You don't have to answer, but had we thought at all about when it's time for the vaccine to be ready for our teaching staff and our educators, so we don't have to take the nurses out of the school, using them at the school, so they're like doing double duty, vaccine clinic. Have you thought about that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We do have plans in place for that, and that's how we do our flu shots. When we offer our flu shots,
Right.
we utilize our school nurses in the school.
I
So
just
yes,
didn't know if you were allowed to even consider that concept, but thank
yes,
you.
we want to utilize them the best we can. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and then don't you have to have extreme refrigeration for so is that a factor if you're doing it in the schools like you were just suggesting?
It is not. With the 2 vaccines we use, we are able to, they can be refrigerated. Once we pop a vial open and stick a needle into the vial, we have to use that entire vial within 6 hours. So that 6-hour time frame, we would be fine.
Okay.
We wouldn't have to have any special refrigeration for Pfizer is what I'm sure you're thinking, the one that has to have ultra low storage. We would not have to worry about that if we were doing a clinic. We could have everything we needed and take care of it right there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? You mentioned before, number of nurses for positions. So how many schools do not have a nurse?
So we have 45 schools and 41 full-time nurse positions. And so our smaller schools or our alternative programs share. And so every school has nurse coverage. They just don't have a nurse full-time on site all day long.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So to move on through the rest of the matrix, for our instructional staff, where we calculated our number of teachers and teacher assistants, we are still operating above the 94% or 95 and above, actually, with calculating all absences and our coverage rate. And then also with infection control and PPE supplies, we're operating above that 95% as well. I want to also draw your attention to the Strong Schools Public Health Toolkit that I've provided for you. And of course, I talk about the toolkit every time I get a chance to talk with anybody, I think. I wanted to make sure that you were aware that this was revised today. Kind of ran into that by accident, noticing that it was a revision from December. And the clarifications in here talk about in-person instruction and Plan A versus Plan B, and the difference being the 6-foot distancing protocols. So I want to bring that to your attention. But also I want to recognize that this is our authoritative source. When we are working with our health department on the identification of positive cases or clusters or the definitions for quarantine or isolation timelines, we're utilizing this. We're not utilizing a bank of resources that we're moving from and trying to make a determination. This is our absolute authoritative source from North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And this is the source that says we shall follow the direction of our local health department. And it's actually the same thing Carla has too. She has a 3-ring binder. I have to carry mine a little bit more like in the pocket kind of thing. The other thing that I want you to notice is in the back there's a glossary. This is a new addition to the toolkit. There's a glossary that goes through the definitions for different terminology, and even including exclusion, isolation versus quarantine, all of that. And it's very helpful information it's very helpful to dispel misinformation that might be circulating, and this is an absolute source.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Thank you. And just for those that are watching at home and that are here in the room, where does one find this? I know you've mentioned this before, but if you could just share it again online.
So if you, and I can also support with adding a link that can go in, so maybe putting in a link. But if you type in COVID-19, NC, DHHS, and then education, and I think just hit enter, and you're going to come up with that guidance right there on the top.
Thank you.
Yep. And then there's going to be an education and a business button. Yeah, you scroll down just a little bit. I can pretty much close my eyes and tell you where to find it. Scroll beyond those little icons. And then you're going to have, just a little bit further. Keep going. Right there, schools. Click on schools. And your top link right there is this document. There's another, while you're here, don't go anywhere because I'm going to mention a couple of things. That 4th bullet, what we are learning about COVID-19 in children. That's a newer document, and I'm actually going to highlight the last 4 bullets for you. This was published actually on Friday. So preventive measures are certainly important to the success of in-person learning. So I'm actually at, that first page, and I'm at those last 4 bullets. Thank you, Anita. You're so awesome. So the last 4 bullets. So, of course, we know that school systems, well, I'll just do the last 5. School systems that have high rates of face covering and other preventive measures show low rates of transmission. So we know that to be true. Lower rates of transmission in schools, then the community suggests schools can be a protective environment because of monitoring and adherence to prevention measures. The other is the higher rates of spread of virus have been seen in out-of-school gatherings and sports. That's exactly what we're finding in our contact tracing. Of course, we've had 742 quarantines, but 9 positives. So all of our 464 positives in the school, only 9 happened at school. And then the last one, to make a clarification, the CDC recommends 6 feet of social distancing as the most health protective distancing, but where that's not possible, 3 feet or greater of social distancing is still or may still reduce the risk of spread. So this information is published by our Department of Health and Human Services as clarification to the latest research.
Great.
Ms. Farnham, as a board member and as a community college instructor, I absolutely hate social media. I love sites like this. But I did want to address some of those issues that you were talking about just very briefly, where people are, there's a lot of chatter about our numbers not being accurate. Could you just briefly tell people how it is you go about putting something into our metric and how we report, and just very high level?
Absolutely, and I would like to invite Kristen Jackson to join me. So between Kristen as the Director of Student Support, between the two of us, and mostly Kristen these days, she's fielding the calls from the schools, from the principal or assistant principal, and getting that report of the positives, and then charting every one of those out every day, and then collecting that, and then I'll let her say this, collecting all of that into the dashboard through verification with the health department. So every Friday before the dashboard is updated, the health department, Ms. Turner's staff, is on Zoom with either both of us or Kristen and verifying each of the numbers by school. So I'll let you share a little bit more.
It was really important for us that we had transparency because, again, I am a parent and I want to know what's going on in the schools, and I know everyone else does. And we wanted also to have a check and balance. So having that time with the health department a few times a week to go over cases that their nurses had reported and check it against the numbers for us definitely makes everything as accurate as we can get them.
And I just want to make sure I'm understanding the numbers correctly. So, and everybody out there is 455 cases that we have reported came to us from outside the school. 9 of 464 cases occurred within our school setting. Is that correct? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And again, thank you, continued partnership. I know, Ms. Turner, you're leaving. We appreciate you so much, and thank you for everything you're doing in the community. Yes, Ms. Craybill.
Julie, one more, Ms. Barnum, one more question. So back to the instructional staff, how are we keeping up with our subs? Are we able to fill at least the majority of our openings with subs and not other teachers and office staff and assistant principals and such?
Right. I figured, so I have a lot of papers here because I felt like I would be able to answer some questions with some of this. So as of Friday, among our total, the highest day that was unfilled in January was with 51 unfilled absences. But again, our tipping point is between 103 and 104. And so that was our highest. If we look at over the entire month of 20 days, we had 282 that were unfilled. And so we're looking at much less than somewhere even around even just a percentage of not being able to fill. So let me see if I can explain this a little bit better. So less than 1% is our completely uncovered rate. And then those are covered within the school from support staff, assistant principals. You know, when we go in a building, we're like, yes, use us however you need to. I'll take over this one. So again, our highest day was 51, and that was not even 50% of our, that magic 5% that we have in there.
And that's
so we're
mostly
somewhere around 1%.
That's probably mostly at the secondary level because we have more courses and going on. More teachers?
Possibly. I didn't dig through that. Our friends in HR were gracious enough to give us a lot of the raw information. So we could go back and find that out if you guys wanted to know.
I don't know. I'm just asking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
So based on the information that we've received from the health department and from Ms. Barnum and her team, are we comfortable as a board to go ahead and place a meeting on the calendar to discuss the next step for transition to Plan A?
I thought we just talked about that. Is this a
Is
different
that-
conversation?
Well, that, Ms.
No,
Grable
I would
wanted.
just ask, could we wait until after we heard to meet like in a week or in 2 weeks? I mean, do we want to deliberate more, in 2 weeks, or do we want to deliberate more in 1 week?
I'm with Ms. Justice that I'd like to see the metrics over the next 2 weeks.
Right, because it's, even though they said, it got better for a week, it then went back up again, we're still, it's just too much we don't know yet. And there's these variants coming on now. I was listening to some doctor today talking about, it's almost like the eye of a storm, and we don't know. Maybe in 2 weeks we can get a better feel, because that's, yeah.
I mean, I would personally prefer to look at it in a week, but,
I'm down for 2. I'd rather do 2.
Mr. Wildebohr?
I'd rather go with one.
One?
Let's go ahead and move.
One? All right, so the consensus, the majority of the board is for a 1-week meeting, if I'm counting that correctly. So, taking a look next week, we will have to, what's the date that people are interested in?
Let's see what we've got.
Well, I'm
Or should
taking a
we-
retired teacher to get her COVID test on the 11th at 11, so if we could work around that time, that would be awesome, but I can certainly,
So can we take a look at calendars this evening, and I can send an email out to the board tomorrow morning?
Yeah, why
and
don't
we
you
can
do
pick out
that so
a
we
date?
don't have to,
Okay.
pressure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda is for strategic planning. Do we want to, are our presenters ready to go?
Can we go ahead and take a break?
Would you want to take a break so we can get them ready? All right, I've been asked to take a break. Let's take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will hear from Greenway Strategy.
I want to give you my
Thank
full
you.
attention.
Our next item on the agenda is strategic planning. As we have mentioned, we are going into a new strategic planning cycle for New Hanover County Schools. And today we are going to hear a proposal from Greenway Strategy to discuss their strategic planning model. And this is a very in-depth main point, but I will read it. Greenway Strategy will provide expert design, guidance, and facilitation of the strategic planning process, utilizing a collaborative engagement framework. Informed by our expert analytical skills, this inclusive, facilitated process will result in a strategic direction that focuses on a core set of measurable, priority student outcomes and aligns a realistic set of strategic initiatives toward these outcomes. Detailed action plans will be created to both define and monitor the implementation of the strategic initiatives over the next 3 to 5 years. And so I'm going to pass this to Dr. Faust if you would like to do an additional introduction.
Sure. We have Patty with us. Patty is, of course, with Greenway. I've had the opportunity to work with Patty in a couple school districts. And if you think this is detailed, wait till you work with them and you'll see how detailed you will love talking with her. They get all the corners, all the crumbs, everything. But I promise the conversations were always rich and good and very positive, and they do well with talking with the community to find out what is it that the communities need and what are the community's wants when they are putting together a plan. And they also empower other leaders throughout the district to step up and support and help with the strategic plan. So, Patty, I will now turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Faust, and thank you to the board for having us here tonight. I wanted to introduce my colleague and the founder and president of Greenway Strategy Group, Martha Greenway, who is also able to join us this evening. Martha, did you want to kick us off?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. And I don't know if you all can see me or I'll be a floating voice, but I will speak quickly to just give a little background about our work with New Hanover. And first of all, we want to thank you for this opportunity to share a little bit about our approach and to be considered for this important work. So if we can just go to the next slide quickly. This is a profile of the team that we would bring to the work. As Patty mentioned, I founded the firm in 2012. We've supported over 50 strategic planning engagements with education and nonprofit organizations since that time. Personally, I have about half of my career in education. I was the deputy superintendent of a large school district, and about half of that in the nonprofit sector. I was the national vice president for United Way and also worked in 2 local United Way communities. So a great deal of background in strategy development in those environments. I'm going to let Patty briefly introduce herself, but before I do that, I just want to call attention to Margaret Brackett. Margaret is actually a graduate of New Hanover County Schools, which we learned when we proposed on this project. She's a native of Wilmington, and she has over 20 years of experience analyzing and synthesizing education data. She's worked in higher education and also in K-12, and her responsibilities would be to support the stakeholder engagement, help to facilitate the strategic planning process, and also assist in interpreting data. Fran Cowart will also be on the team to help with data collection and analysis. Fran's previous role was with a group called SREB that works with school districts in the Southeast to understand education data. So Patty, you want to just say a few words about yourself, and then I can give a little bit more quick background.
Absolutely. So I came into education through a role with a large urban school district here. We're located in Atlanta, Georgia. And when I was with that district, I served in the office of the superintendent and special assistant, and then also spent some time with strategy and innovation. I managed district policy as well as looking at creating balanced scorecards aligned with the district strategic plan. And I also launched an innovation fund called the Seed Fund in the district that allowed schools to access special funds to do some really, really creative things to help move outcomes forward for kids. So it was a really exciting time.
Prior to my work with the school district and with Martha, I actually had a career as a geologist. I lived in Houston, and after pursuing my MBA, I went to work for a while for the National Park Service. So I have experience in the private sector, in the government sector, and now in education.
Yes. And so Patty will be the lead on the project, coordinating the work with the superintendent and executive team. Margaret and Fran will assist with, as I mentioned, gathering data, facilitating, moving the process along, and I will serve as the project supervisor just to ensure that everything is in place and flowing as it usually does in our project. So if we can go to the next slide. One of the things that I do want to emphasize is that our firm provides analysis and strategic guidance exclusively for social impact organizations. So we only work with organizations that have a social impact, and primarily in the education sector and the nonprofit organizations that support student outcomes. We do our work in order to improve outcomes for children, families, and learners of all ages. This is our purpose as an organization, and also our core commitment as individuals about the reasons that we do our work. We have expertise in all of the areas below, but in your case, obviously, we'll be working on the strategy, design, implementation, and monitoring. On the next slide, you can see some of our basic commitments that we bring to the work. A few things I want to point out. We do bring applied senior leadership consultants to our project. So all of our folks have great experience also working within education organizations as well as in strategies. We use proven methodologies that have been demonstrated in corporate, public, and nonprofit sectors to really improve the results of organizations. We believe in practical application. We ensure the voices of all stakeholders are heard and engaged in the process. We have been managing this work virtually in several communities since March, and so we are adept at virtual mechanisms for stakeholder engagement to ensure that everyone has a voice and can participate. As Dr. Faust mentioned, we empower teams within the district to understand and continue to sustain the processes of the strategic plan. That is a commitment that we make. So if we can go to the next slide. I just wanted to again emphasize some of the things that we think are somewhat unique about our firm. In addition to our K-12 experience, we also have deep research and analytic expertise. We build collaborative partnerships in the community so that the community has trust and buy-in to the plan. We coach and facilitate the district staff. We bring the resources that you need, and in addition to our 4 team members, we also have people with expertise in curriculum and instruction, with talent development, so we can bring other people along as we might need to, based on the district's plan and how that evolves. And then finally, we are strategy experts. We've been trained in strategic planning, and we all have experience, so we know what it's like to bring about change in an organization and what it takes to implement a strategic plan. On the next slide are just a few logos of some of those we've worked with. As mentioned, we've worked with a lot of public education organizations at the state level as well as at the school district level. We've done work with higher ed, with Georgia Tech. We've also done work with the Board of Regents here in Georgia and a group called the Chief Palm Beach County to specifically understand the requirements of student success after high school graduation, and worked in collaborative efforts to support students' successful transition from high school to a credential following high school graduation. And then we've also done some work with national foundations. Our work with the Wallace Foundation focused on enhancing the principal pipeline and understanding what it is about principal development that allows them to lead effective schools. And so I'm going to turn it over to Patty for a quick overview of the process in your school district.
Great, thank you, Martha. If we could have the next slide, please. Thank you so much. This gives you an overview of the 3 phases of your project. And where we start is in this analysis phase. And this really gives us an opportunity to assess the current state of the organization. And this is where we look at both qualitative and quantitative data. We look at the environment around the school district. Here is where we would consider the input that Dr. Faust has gotten during his first 90 days on the job, meeting with leaders and community groups, looking at any surveys, input that you have from families, from teachers, from staff throughout the district, from community stakeholders, looking at your student growth data, really understanding where you are relative to other benchmark organizations, and we will look within the state and nationally as well. And I know that you all also compare yourselves to the state of North Carolina, so we will take a look at that. And once we have that picture, that really allows us to move into the phase 2, which is our strategy development. This really gives us a roadmap and a way to think about addressing the opportunities and the challenges that we found in that analysis phase. So we've established where we are, we look at where we want to go and how we're going to get there. And this work is where we really start to empower those teams of district staff. We will convene several teams that will really look at what we need to do, what areas we need to focus in, and how we're, what the detail looks like to get us there. Our final phase is the action planning, and this is super, super important. So we talked about leaving you all with a roadmap for success and really empowering your staff to go on and do the work. So we recommend, as you develop your initiatives, we know there will be quite a few of them, to phase those in. And so we'll have them start in waves. And for the first phase of initiatives, we will go through a detailed action planning process. That will give the teams who are going to do the implementation work resources, step-by-step plans for how they're going to implement the work. And then we work with the district and your culture to develop a monitoring and review process. And I know Dr. Phelps has been a big fan of this part, and we laughed about it at first about how detailed that process really is. It gives a great way for those working on the strategic plan to be able to report out to the board, to other stakeholder groups, to individual schools, to really share that progress and to make sure the district is keeping up with, where you said you wanted to go and how you're doing on the road to getting there. So the final piece to this is really the metrics and developing those that will help you assess your progress along the way. One thing that I do want to point out is that our whole plan is grounded in what we call priority student outcomes. So everything that we do, all the strategies that we look at with you and the initiatives that we develop are really there to make sure that we are making things better and the best that they can be for kids in your district. It's all grounded in our student outcomes. Next slide, please. This is a little bit about the nomenclature that we use in strategic planning. I know it's different with every strategic plan. And so certainly we will review your mission and vision along with you as we begin this process and make sure that that's where you want it to be as we move forward. The priority student outcomes I talked about just on the last slide, those are our specific measurable results that we want to see for kids after we implement this strategic plan. We work with strategic themes, which are really our focus areas, knowing where we want kids to be, where are the areas that we really need to dig in and do our work to make that happen. Our strategic objectives are our choices about how we're going to do the work in that focus area, and then our initiatives and our action plans are really those detailed implementation pieces for what specifically we're going to do to change those outcomes for kids. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Martha, and she can just talk with you a little bit about some of the strategic plans that we have developed with some peer districts.
Thank you, Patty. So quickly, this is an example from Pittsburgh Public Schools. We're actually, from Palm Beach County Schools. And the things I just want to call quickly your attention to are that they have identified 4 priority student outcomes that are based specifically on the data for their school district. Then they identified 4 strategic themes, which were areas where their stakeholder engagement and again, their performance data told them they had an opportunity to transform their practices as a district in order to drive those priority outcomes. This looks different for every district. The outcomes are based on what your data indicate are your best opportunities to improve student achievement, the areas where you can really leverage growth and improvement over this strategic plan. And the strategic themes represent the areas where your district work needs to be enhanced, redesigned, or created in order to drive those student outcomes. Just a quick example in the case of Palm Beach, the last strategic theme regarding high performance culture. This was a district that in 2015, when we started working on this plan, the first day of school, only 60% of their students made it to school on time. And some of the special education students never got to school at all. Because the culture was not one of commitment to high performance. They had process management issues. And so this needed to become a focus of their plan in order for them to drive forward those student priority outcomes. If we can go to the next slide. So you'll see this one looks a little different. This is Pittsburgh. They chose to organize theirs in a different manner. So this is really up to how the district wants to display their strategic plan. They have a big focus in their strategic plan around the theme of a positive and supportive school culture. I will also state point out that as far as their priority student outcomes, they specifically called out eliminating racial disparity in achievement among African American students. Pittsburgh is a community where students are generally African American or white. They don't have a lot of other populations, and the African American students were performing at lower levels regardless of whether or not their families were low-income families or high-income families. And this was a major issue that the board decided they needed to tackle and name through the strategic planning process. If we go to the next slide. So this is just one more example. This one's from St. Paul. And I'll point out here that they have a really strong focus on family and community engagement. This district has over 67 different languages spoken. St. Paul is a place where a lot of refugee resettlement occurs, and so they have folks from Asia, they have folks from Eastern Europe, all coming together in this school district. So ensuring that families are engaged and understand the work of the school and can support their students towards success is extremely important, and that became a focus in this particular strategic plan. I'll also call out that as Patty went through our lexicon, the language that we use, which is intentional because we really want people to think about the work, and sometimes when we use typical words like goals, people have preconception about what a goal is that really confuses the process. But we are also flexible with this language, and so in the case of St. Paul, they really preferred the term focus area over strategic theme, so they chose to use that in their strategic plan framework. And the final thing I'll say before we leave these examples is that you can see that the entire plan can fit on one page. So the priority outcomes, the strategic themes or focus areas, the objectives, and the strategic initiatives are laid out here so that it's easily understandable by stakeholders. I'll also point out that in the case of St. Paul, you can clearly see that some of these initiatives are labeled as phase 1. We don't recommend that you try to launch all your strategic initiatives at one time. So one thing that we'll work with the leadership regarding is thinking carefully about the sequencing and staging of the initiatives. Not that some are more important than others, but because of the sequencing and interdependencies and the requirement of resources and making sure that you can balance resources in a manageable and feasible manner, how do we phase in the implementation of our initiatives over time? So if we can go to the next slide. Patty, I'm going to let you talk through the process and timeline that we proposed, and then I think we'll be ready to stop for questions.
Sure, thank you. So certainly all of this is adjustable. If this proposal was something that you were interested in pursuing, we would love to hit the ground running this month if we could, and really dig into that analysis. That would involve meeting with the leadership, gathering data, looking at those trends like we talked about, and then identifying some of the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and threats, and prioritizing those for the district. We would have a meeting of the minds with our district leadership and had a design session where we would develop those priority student outcomes and our strategic themes. And that design session really kicks off that phase 2 of strategy development, which would run April through July. We would certainly be looking for both, coming back to you for your input on these draft outcomes and themes. We would be looking for community input on those as well before we go into the phase of refining them. Once we have that refined set of outcomes and themes, that's when we launch our district strategy team. And we have one strategy team for each strategic theme or focus area. And then we'll work with each team on developing their objectives, their measures, and their initiatives. Because it's really important that the subject matter experts and the district staff and leadership own the development of those objectives and measures, and we will facilitate that entire process and provide tools that will help design those and document those measures, objectives, and initiatives. Once those are approved and the initiatives are phased and we know which ones we will be beginning with, then we start the action planning phase. And so we really develop a detailed blueprint that involves looking at interdependencies, risks, assumptions, step by step, who's responsible, what's the timeline, what resources do we need, and how are we going to measure our progress. And from there, then we develop a monitoring reporting process that will follow the strategic plan and its progress throughout its life cycle. So ideally, if we could get started, we would like to wrap up by the time school starts so that you all are ready to begin your new year with your new strategic plan and implementation of those phase 1 initiatives. Okay. Next slide, please. And that's it. So we would love to entertain your questions.
What does SWOT, SWOT, S-W-O-T?
Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities.
Okay, I must have, thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Martha and Patty. I would like to open it up to the board here. Any questions that you have after that presentation?
I do have a question, if you don't mind. Sure. Patty, I had a question. Since some of these plans have been in place for a few years now, what are you doing to go back and see the progress of anything that's been made? Or, I mean, do you cover that too? Do you come back to the schools and see how they're coming along with the phases?
Sure. So it depends on the individual district. And one example of a district where we have been engaged for quite a number of years is Pittsburgh, which is one of the examples that Martha walked through with you. We're actually on our second round of, I guess, an enhanced strategic plan. They're still working on the original strategic plan, but they've gone and moved forward with really thinking about innovative ways that they can transform their schools in a planning process they're calling Imagine PPS. And so with that district, yes, we have been engaged almost continuously since we developed the strategic plan with a variety of other projects that we've been involved with. For some districts, they feel comfortable implementing their action plans, and we may not hear from them right away. Martha, do you have other districts that you're thinking of?
I want to make 2 points. One is we really intend to leave you with the tools to monitor and make mid-course corrections of the strategic plan. And it's not our intent to create an ongoing dependency on our consulting firm. Having said that, we do come back and help problem solve or facilitate or perhaps bring a new initiative to life that wasn't anticipated in the initial strategic plan. We do in our proposal have links to several of the strategic planning websites of our former clients. And there you can see their annual reports to the community. You can see their progress measures, how they're doing on those priority student outcomes. You can see the progress on implementation of their strategic initiatives. And these are tools and frameworks that we help you design before you leave, so that you then can use that framework to report back to the community and to, most importantly, have the indicators to monitor your progress over time.
I had a question. How exactly do you go about your stakeholder input? How do you beat the bushes to get that?
So I'll just kind of give a quick overview. We are able to use a number of tools, so I'll just go through the menu, and essentially one of the first things that Patty and team would do would be to work with you to decide which stakeholders need to be engaged and how, because we customize this part of our work. We use online surveys that are open to the entire community, and through those approaches, we're able to distinguish because people indicate whether they are a parent, a teacher, an administrator, a student, or a general community member. Those are anonymous, however, so we can use virtual surveys. We also can do focus groups. If you have advisory councils or want to convene a particular type of stakeholder and have us run a conversation, we can do that. We're currently doing a project in Everett Public Schools in Washington where it was important to them that a number of their community leaders were personally engaged, so we did individual interviews in those instances. We also have some virtual tools that allow us to take a group of 60 or even over 100 people and have them in facilitated workshops where they get into breakout groups and they actually create ideas and generate recommendations. And so that's another mechanism that we can use. And within those virtual work sessions, then we can bring in a number of other tools that help us to facilitate. So essentially we can use surveys, we can use focus groups, we can use work sessions, we can use interviews, and we are adept at doing all those, as I mentioned, in a virtual environment. Patty, you want to add anything else to that?
I think you covered it.
Patty, I do have a quick question. In your experience, does the entire board usually participate? I mean, obviously we all participate, but do you usually work through a committee or does the board operate as a committee of the whole?
So it depends on the culture of the district, and I have worked with both of those instances. There are many touch points where we come back to the board. So after we have developed the draft strategic or the draft priority student outcomes and strategic themes, we come to the board for your input, and then ask, after we do that, if you're okay with us taking that out to the community and sharing it with them, then we come back to you and share with you what the community, what feedback they provided to us. So those are two major touch points. We also come back to the board once the initiatives are developed and phased, so you can see what that final plan looks like. There are other opportunities. Sometimes it's appropriate based on board members' desire to do some focus groups with the board and get your input early in the process so that we can meld that into the information that we provide to district leadership during that design session. So it really does depend on the culture of the district and your interest in that part of the process, but know for sure that there are 3 or 4 touch points where we formally come to board meetings and present the information for you and the community to hear.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd really like to consider, I don't know what the board's will would be, but with budget season coming up, reopening all the meetings, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be best to appoint a 3-person committee for strategic planning as we did with redistricting.
Well, can we ask some more questions of Dr. Faust, really? Because this is the first time the new board members have come on and even really discussed this. And I think it's premature to even think about that part until we get more understanding of what's going on here and input from the new members also after they ask questions about the process itself, not necessarily with this organization and company, but just the process itself.
Aren't we all new board members when it comes to strategic planning? Because you guys weren't involved.
No, I
in the
mean, but
last
we have talked about it before. I'm just going to catch you guys all up.
Question?
Yes,
Ms.
question.
Crable, yes.
So, not to, are we going to hear more than one presentation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that, your presentation was awesome in liking, I'm from Pittsburgh, so go Steelers.
So
Yes.
just
Mr.
clarification, I may have missed it. If I did, I apologize. So the environmental scan at the very beginning, when phase 1, we collectively, everyone, can determine where you seek that input, that information. As far as
Yes, that information, right, that information, for example, when we did an environmental scan in Kansas City, we looked a lot at the workforce development, we looked at employment trends in the area, we looked at, where people were finding employment, how they were matriculating from after graduation to the local community, whether that was to community college or a four-year school or straight into the workforce. So we looked at, and we have talked to community leaders in certain instances to really get a pulse for what's happening in the environment around the school district, in addition to the data that comes directly, from the school district through touch points with your stakeholders, be that surveys or focus groups that you have run, through interactions that Dr. Faust has had with community leaders and with teachers and advisory councils. And so it's a combination of the two of them to really create the current state of the district within the context of the environment in which you operate.
And we have facilitated meetings in other languages. We have been very intentional about reaching out to hard-to-reach communities. We do need entree from the district in order to do that, but we realize every community is different, and the people that are important to engage and the things that are important to understand vary. And so that's why we really will take direction from the board and administrative leadership in the design of that environmental scan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we appreciate it. This was a wonderful presentation, and obviously this is a complex process and will be guiding our district for the future to come, and so we will weigh heavily the decision of the direction that we're going to go, but we very much appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for sticking out with us till after 8 o'clock at night, and we will be in touch.
Great, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Faust, for introducing us to Greenway Strategy.
Can I ask,
Yes, ma'am.
ask some questions now of Dr. Faust about the process? Because I think we discussed it a couple months ago during, I can't even remember the event, or I think it was a retreat. And at this point, you've got 2 other companies that are going to be presenting for the strategic plan to
Yeah,
us?
so
It's 3?
I've been searching, and some of you have sent me in some names and said, hey, consider these, and so
Okay.
that's what we're doing. Yeah.
And, because I know the last one, even though it was an outside company that came in, we didn't necessarily adhere to it too closely, and that's one of the reasons this time we want to make it, we're going to do it. So we got to get the right situation. Now, what's the cost in general for something, these outside organizations to come in, as far as just sort of an overall view of what it is we're looking at money-wise?
So I will tell you, pay for what you get.
But I would like to hear yeah.
And so in this one, their proposal is in here. It is on page.
The final page, I think.
That doesn't include some of the other things.
Yeah, if you could just,
76,000 approximately.
How, could you say that again?
76,000.
76. And so we will definitely, I'm sure, get the other costs too, the other companies, after we look at the qualifications. And one of the things we did talk about during the other retreat, I think it was a retreat, we were talking about the strategic plan. We were talking about possibly utilizing UNCW's, one of their schools of business, because of the advantages, and we don't know, but the advantages of having ownership and also have community involvement in UNCW partnerships, which is a big thing. Has anybody talked to them yet about anything like this?
So remember, I don't know if we should be discussing which companies we're going to be doing.
No,
in
I'm
this
just suggesting, Is there anything wrong with suggesting contacting UNCW?
Part of the conversation, can't it? I mean.
So yes, we will reach out and contact, if that's someone that you want, if you'll just send it to me.
I'm thinking about community.
What I'm saying is that if there's an individual that you are, or a company that you're interested in that has that, then definitely send it to us and we will do the investigation and make sure they meet the criteria.
So somebody will contact them and discuss it with them.
If you will send me the contact information, I'm not sure of who you're actually speaking
Well,
of.
I'd have to research it myself, but I know enough, we know enough people here
We
at
have
the
an
different
accredited
schools
MPA
there, we could
school
contact
here,
and find
so,
out.
I mean, I've got contacts in the MPA school that I went to at UNCW. It's an accredited MPA school. They do all this stuff too. But we just want somebody to give input from the community. They probably would want to do that. And might could get some students in the kind of like grad students too. I mean, it never hurts to bring the community in to learn the process, you know, it just builds leadership later on, so.
So Dr. Faust, I had a question. The timeline, you know, is aggressive, which we need, because we just get it going. But the end date was August, and we approved until June, so if that's not, is that a deal? I mean, do we just?
We would, if we had to, depending on what the timeline is for any company that we go with, we could just.
We would alter our vote from that, okay.
We could just extend the time that we need.
So, and just to sort of further the strategic plan discussion, is it your intentions or your thoughts to have this done before school starts, obviously, but to share this with, like, at some sort of convocation or back to school with all of our, so everybody, like, has their copy that they can hang on their bulletin board on my one pager? So is that kind of where we're headed with that?
So the process that I'm used to is that, yes, once that finished product is done, it is, you know, a master rollout. And then each time that there is a phase that's been entered in, there's like a green light where we bring it back to the board and we're saying we're working here. The goal would be to complete this in this amount of time.
Right.
In the event that we didn't or weren't able to complete that phase, we come back to the board and say, hey, we need a yellow, we'll call it a yellow light.
Right.
We had to slow down here because there were some pieces that were missing. So there's, of course, the rollout, but then there's also board community interaction, letting them know where we are with it to make sure that we are interacting. And what I'm accustomed to is that it's almost like a dashboard, so you can go on and see where we are in the phases of the strategic plan.
And did you say that you've used them or you've worked with them before in other
I've worked
places?
with them, yes. And in Union County, that's where we started, and yes, they are very thorough.
Okay, so my follow-up question to that was, you know, I'm a big checker, you know, and let's make our list and let's check it off. So, have you had experience with them at least helping us through the first round of checking? You know, like to help us make sure we're checking right and, you know, you know what I mean?
So behind the scenes, there was a part that said sponsor and owners. So out of each phase or theme, whatever what we're going to call it, there's a group, there's an owner who does it, and then there are a group of people. So you will have community members, you'll have staff, you'll have senior staff that are on there, and they're leading, it's almost like a committee.
Leading some efforts,
Yeah,
some
so lead the
action
efforts, and so they're working through it, and then there'll be a presentation to the board.
Okay.
So that's where your check, and if you're hitting roadblocks, and then you can always reach back out to Greenway, bring them into the meeting to tell them to help with the rough spots, yes.
Okay. So the idea is not for Dr. Faust to be the owner of everything?
Oh, no.
Okay, just making sure, because sometimes
This
that gets a little cumbersome. Yeah.
Right, yeah, no.
This is a district and community initiative that can get us all moving in the same direction towards the same goals.
Oh, no, I'm happy for that, but sometimes we get our action owners are one guy, or we give it all to Dr. Smith, you know, because it's all instruction, so Dr. Smith is the owner of everything.
That, didn't you?
I thought maybe you wanted to assist Dr. Smith.
No, I'm in my hovercraft, actually. I'm in my hovercraft.
All right.
Well, and one other, so you have worked with this company before in Union County, okay.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and move along to our next item on the agenda. In the interest of time, and this is a great one, this is a grant award, iCare's presentation. Ms. Kristen Jackson, welcome.
Do you have a big check for us? We can
big check.
Okay, thank you for having me this evening, Madam Chair and School Board Dr. Faust. I'm here with some great news. We were awarded the iCare's grant, and iCare stands for the Innovative Child Care and Remote Extended Support. And really what this does is allows us to partner with community agencies to help serve our kids right now during remote learning. Hopefully, if we go back to school, and some after-school care, and then also some summer programs for our students. So to start with, this was a competitive grant, next slide, through DPI, and we were able to secure $350,000 of funding, which needs to be spent by next December.
Great.
Next slide. As you can see, it was very competitive. There were 50-some applications, 13 were accepted, and we were one of them. Next slide. Part of the application process was really focusing on our low-performing schools. So we were able to get some priority points by really naming the schools in which we were going to focus. 5 are low-performing schools, and then we went down just simply through free and reduced lunch rates and picked the next 5 schools. So you can see that the 10 schools that have students that will be eligible for those programs are listed here. Alderman, Forest Hill, Freeman, Gregory, Snipes, Sunset, Winter Park, Williston, Williams, and Wrightsboro. Okay. Next slide. To participate in the program, students have to meet the at-risk criteria, and we were able to set that at-risk criteria, and we really wanted to make it a little more open than we usually do within grants because we're in unusual times. So we didn't look specifically at EOG scores. First of all, there are no EOG scores from last year. And we also wanted to target kids that maybe used to be doing really well, but remote learning was not for them. So if they had a D or an F on their last report card, they were considered at-risk students. Next slide. In August, when we knew we weren't going back to school, we started working really diligently with our community agencies. If there's a silver lining for COVID, it is the fact that we've had to rely on each other within the community, so we've really strengthened some partnerships. We had to get some remote learning support to our partners. So we opened it up to anybody who wanted to partner with us. And we, I think I'm on one slide back. Thanks. We worked with them to make sure that they understood our learning management systems, that they had connectivity, and we were able to focus on these partners. So we've been working really closely with Brigade and Community Boys and Girls Club, Community in Schools of Cape Fear, the Mustard Seed, YMCA, and YWCA. And we chose these partners because we already had remote learning supports in place at those agencies. I have a star by the YWCA because we have not started the program there yet, but they are one of our partners. Next slide. So the grant has 3 components. It has remote learning support, summer program scholarships, and freedom schools. Next slide. So the remote learning support is really for a place for kids to go when they're on a remote learning day. So right now we're on AABB. So on Wednesdays and the days you're not in school, we are going to have scholarships for students to attend remote learning sites. And the great thing is we have really established those relationships, so they have it set up for the kids. They know when they're supposed to be on Zoom, they know when their classes are, they help them, and they've been great partners in that. Okay.
Can I ask, are they already being implemented? Is this grant already in use?
We started last week.
Okay.
Yep. And before that, we already had those partnerships established, so what we've been able to do was we were able to identify students right after Christmas and get them into remote learning labs right away.
Good, thank you.
Okay. So you can see, next slide, that the remote learning support will be between now and June with our 6 community partners. We're estimating 132 students will be impacted for 18 weeks. The question is, what happens if we go back to Plan A, right? Because everybody's talking about it. So we will write an amendment to this grant and ask for after-school programming for these kids to help catch them up from the learning loss from COVID.
But Kristen, aren't some kids will probably stay in Plan C?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we would still need that.
Yes, and if parents plan to keep their kids in Plan C, we can still support those students at the remote learning centers. Okay. So next slide. The community partners just have agreed that they will have an area for students to complete work, that they have internet connectivity, that there'll be adult supervision, and really importantly for us, that the opportunities to build those social emotional skills that so many of our students are missing. Next slide. The next part of the grant is summer program scholarships, and the interesting thing about this is for essential workers, and students have to meet the at-risk criteria, plus their parent has to be an essential worker. So we're really focusing on people in healthcare, teachers on the front lines. If we do summer school, we need TAs. So an essential worker is anybody in healthcare, education, emergency management. And this will just allow us to help that family get a summer scholarship so that their parent can continue to work, be on the front lines, and their child will be in some type of structured environment, okay? So next slide. So that will be from June to August with 5 community partners. We anticipate that we could do about 20 students a week. So we're really excited about this and just really excited to give back to some of the essential workers who have really been standing up for our community. And the last part, next slide, is Freedom School. So you might know that we had Freedom School last summer. It was our first time having Freedom School. It was a huge success. Our partner on that one is Communities in Schools of Cape Fear. So we wrote the grant so that we could have 2 Freedom Schools this summer. And they will run on regular school hours for 6 weeks. We have nursing services there. We run it just pretty much like school. Next slide. And so that also will be in the summer with one community partner who is CIS. We're looking at 100 students, providing transportation. We use summer feeding, again, nursing services, and that will be for about 6 weeks is their program. And I hope you all visit this year because the energy in Freedom School is just amazing. Those kids enjoy themselves. The servant leaders are younger. They love them. So I hope that all of you will get to visit that.
I encourage every single board member to sign up to go for Harambe, which is the book reading that they do in the morning, the music. It was such a just energetic and fun, positive place to be. So I encourage.
Can we sing them a song?
Oh, of course I sang. Oh, yes, I sang, I danced, I had a grand old time. So I mean, I encourage everybody this summer.
Is that a total of 100 during the summer?
Yeah.
100 during the summer.
50 at 2 different.
How many students, if you had you didn't have a finite grant, cost-wise, would you say would benefit from this that we have identified?
So with Freedom School, it's a set model coming out of the Children's Defense Fund. Is that what it comes out of?
Yeah, Children's Defense Fund.
So it is 50 students make up one school. So you kind of have pods of 50 students. So, I think what we're ready for next year with CIS and what they can help us with and get enough servant leaders, as they call their teachers during the summers. I think they're ready for 2. I think the summer after that, they're looking to increase. I think that we're at the point where we're increasing every summer. Yes.
Are they using our facilities for the Freedom School?
They are.
And
so,
which facilities are they? Williston?
So they were using Gregory last summer, and we need to pick a second facility. We don't know if we're going to do 2 at Gregory, maybe, or somewhere close to there. But the advantage is sharing transportation. So trying to get 2 sites that are close together really cuts down on cost.
And this program is very literacy based. It's all about reading and
for the arts.
Yeah, so it's
cool stuff.
very literacy based, yeah.
Yes, and self-advocacy, which I think the kids really found interesting last summer and really made them engaged in their community. So to refer from remote learning support or any of these, I'm sorry, Anita, next slide. The school social workers at the 10 schools are actually working with us to turn in referrals for these programs. All right. So if you want to contact me, that information is on the next slide. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. But we're really excited to bring you some good news and, really work with those community partners to get our kids into some structured settings.
Ms. Jackson, how many people were involved in the writing of this grant?
Myself and Louise Hicks.
Okay, well, thank you
Yes.
very, very
Great job.
much.
Last year it was run through communities and schools, and so I guess they identified the criteria and how to bring the children into the program. So this year, it's going to be the social workers instead that'll be doing it, or will be in combination with communities and
Right.
schools on deciding?
It's in combination. Actually, last year, we worked with communities and schools to
Okay.
identify those children. So we took social work referrals last year from certain
Okay.
schools
All right,
that we
thank-
knew we could support.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank
All right,
you.
great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
And those kids too, just FYI, were like our guinea pigs. I'm wearing a mask all day long. And they did a great job. And they were into airplane arms and, you know, 6
Oh,
feet
yeah.
away. I mean, so
They can
those
do it.
kids and people took it very seriously. And it was really an excellent program.
All right, next item for information is the 2021 AIG demographic data, and we are going to welcome Dr. Smith to the podium.
So good evening, Madam Chairperson, and members of the board, as well as the folks who are here viewing the presentation. I'm just here simply to introduce the presentation. In an effort to inform the board, we have with us our AIG supervisor, Donna Sloan, and she's going to be presenting to you academically gifted demographic data for this school year. So, Ms. Sloan.
Very much. Welcome, Ms. Sloan.
Hello, good to see you all. Before I share the data, I think there's just a couple things for background information on how we get this that might be helpful for you. Every year we have a fall and a spring nomination, testing, and identification window for AIG. And last year we were unable to have our spring window for identification, and this year we were unable to have our fall due to COVID. So as soon as we could this year, we started continuing the nominations and identification process for the students from last year who were in that process. So we're catching up with that, and we are getting ready to start our third grade COGAP screener. So all third graders will be taking that so that we can find as many students as we can. And also, right after that, in March, we will have our spring testing session for grades 4 through 12. So we collect data every year in several ways. We collect it in the fall and the spring, DPI, AIG head count. We turn in that information, and then we also collect this demographic data every year, and every school collects their data and disaggregates that data. So with COVID, our numbers haven't changed a lot since really our 2018-19 school year, but this is our reality, and so that's what I'm going to share with you tonight. So this is divided into 3 sections for elementary, middle, and high school. So the next slide, this just is and the next one, actually there are 2 slides for grades 3-5, and this is broken down by each school. So with this data, on the left side, you'll see that this chart shows the total number of students in each ethnicity, and then in parentheses, the percent each ethnicity represents in that total school. So then on the right side of the chart, it shows the number of identified gifted students in each ethnicity, and then in the parentheses shows the percent of each AIG ethnicity in the total school ethnicity. So looking at Alderman, you would just looking at the first, you would see that there are 125 white students. That makes up 44.8% of their school population. And then if you look over on the right side, you would see that there are 7 white AIG students identified at that school, and that makes up 5.6% of the white ethnicity in that school. So that's how that chart reads. So I don't know if you have this, I know you had this information. It's a lot of numbers to look at on these 2 pages.
I guess I just have a starting question for this. The numbers are very different at different schools as far as how many students, regardless of race.
Yes, it is.
Regardless of race, the numbers are different. So can you explain a little bit why does one school have 30 or 40 kids in AIG and a Freeman has 0?
Well, overall, which two schools are you?
Anderson just jumped out at me because
Okay.
it's got 41 students and Freeman has none.
Freeman and Anderson are very different in their total population sizes, overall population. So therefore, Anderson is going to have more students identified at the school. What you see, the numbers, we've always had the disparities in these numbers for as long as I've been in gifted education, and so we've been working on trying to put initiatives to change the way this demographic data looks, and I can't explain why one school has more identified than, why Anderson has more than Freeman does. That they have the same services, they,
Could it have anything to do?
I have a quick question.
Well-
I'm sorry.
Well, is there any correlation between socioeconomic levels of the schools and these identifications that you're aware of? Is there any way to correlate that?
I have to say that.
some schools are Title I.
Can I just say, I think sometimes we believe that poor means dumb.
No, I'm
And
not
that's-
talking,
but when we
I'm
say
not
that poor-
talking about
No,
that.
but I'm just saying, general, not you, but oftentimes when individuals look at data and they see that you may have a higher frequency of Title I students than another, it's all about when you're thinking about AIG, it's all about the way students think. That's the whole thing, the Naglieri, the test that they're going to give, it's about thinking. And so it's the questioning that we provide our students. It's the way that we treat them. And I'll be honest with you, it's the expectation.
Well, a lot of
And
it's
so what you'll
vocabulary
see
and
is that
exposure.
schools that have more students, honestly, it could be the same. So you could have Freeman with 236 or however many kids that they have. They could have the same percentages as Alderman. It's all about, from the beginning, how do we teach kids? How do we instruct them? There was a study that was done some years back that took kids, and in the beginning, they don't know any different. It's the rearing of and how we teach kids to think. And if you go into the study, you'll see that that's how it is. I'll be honest with you, that's a real passion of mine, is Donna knows that we talk about this, and it's expectations, bottom line. I'll be honest with you.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the correlation, because a lot of the expectation has to do.
What research does show
Yeah.
is that the younger we can give challenges to all
Absolutely.
students, that the more likely they're going to go on and take advanced courses and have a chance
I
of
agree with
going
that.
to college. And so we do have a K-3 nurturing program that I think could be more utilized, that we could teach thinking skills to the, and the kids love it. The kids
Oh,
absolutely
kids are great.
love this. And so that is one of our goals, is to have more, it can't just be our gifted specialists going in on a rotation with the kids. It has to be part of the process with the kids of teaching these thinking skills with them regularly.
Another question that you can also share with them, every school has an AIG teacher.
That's going to be my question.
Yes, sir.
So
Every
even
school,
Freeman-
every
Freeman-
elementary and middle school has a full-time gifted specialist.
So even Freeman.
Yes, yes.
So I have a question. So are we still using the method that teachers identify students and parents can self-identify by filling out, like, putting together their own portfolio? Are we
They
still
can
using-
nominate.
That's what I meant,
They nominate. And so we have a team called a match team that gathers data on students to see if the student would possibly need services, gifted services. We don't just test when when there's a request to
Right.
test, we want to make sure we're not testing unnecessarily for children. So, yes, we still, anyone can nominate. We have children who nominate themselves.
Right. And do you think that, that we are coaching our teachers enough on how to really get to the students that they think might be?
We do have AIG credentials, and all teachers who have gifted students in their class are required to take these credentials. That's a good start, but it takes ongoing commitment to keep this going in the classroom. And teachers have a lot on them. They have, a lot of different needs in their classroom. And so gifted kids are just one of those needs that they have. That's why I think that collaboration with the gifted specialist is so important in helping in the classroom.
So I just have a quick question. I was looking at, I just did the quick math. We have 18 black students and 30 Hispanic students countywide in AIG.
In the elementary.
And, I'm sure there's 1,000 reasons why, but the big answer there is that is not good.
No,
That does not equal what we have proportionally throughout the county. So I know we can't fix it tonight, but over the summer, I would like to see some sort of, plan. How are we going to fix this?
Yeah.
We got to identify the problem before you can fix it. That's
Well,
huge.
and I will tell you that in 2018-19, I shared some data with Dr. Smith, and I was excited. I thought I had found an answer to a really big problem. We have always collected this demographic data, but we were not collecting nominations. And as I said, anyone can nominate. Overwhelmingly, more white kids are nominated for the program. And that's a lot of parent nominations. And that's also, I think, teacher, where we're looking at traditional, and not non-traditional characteristics that gifted kids may have. So, and that's just in their norm of what they know. So I thought, we've got this initiative. We're going to make sure that the identifications might not immediately look like the demographics of your school, but your nominations can. So the gifted, well, then COVID happened last year, and we did not, we don't even have the number of nominations overall this year that we normally have. But I do think that is something, it's not going to solve the problem, but looking at nominations and making sure we're intentionally looking at all children is going to help.
I know our board and our district and our county is committed to equity, so I know we can solve this problem, but thank you for sharing this data.
Do we have a listing of all the teachers, or by school, not by individual? I'm sure we do by individuals, but do we have some teachers that have the AIG certification at every school? I know we have one, but do we have some other teachers?
We do, and we also have where they have their AIG credentials, and that's just a local endorsement of showing that they've had more than just the traditional training of a classroom teacher to address the needs of gifted students. But there are sometimes there will be media specialists in a school who have their gifted certification. So there are other people that do have their gifted certification.
It comes down to the criteria too. Did you say Freeman does have an AIG person? Or,
yes.
Yeah. So they haven't been able to identify anybody there with, gifted qualities. And I guess it goes down to the criteria and what you're looking for. I know you do testing, but in nominations. I know I had a conversation with you too. And this talk's not just about race, but also our kid had Asperger's, but a very high IQ. But they didn't want to put him in an AIG program. And so, looking back at criteria, maybe we need to expand that a little bit and see, we can find more gifted kids no matter, demographic. But of course, we have to work a lot on, getting students of color in there too. And I know that's something that we're looking at and with the equity committee too. I know Dr. Smith, we've got new goals and we're going to start really working on, we've got to pull all the data. Well, we've done some of the work for us here, which is great, but we're going to have goals, right? We're going to have goals that are going to look at that specifically.
And I would like to say that we've mentioned Freeman several times, and that just because there's not an identified child there, that teacher is not sitting twiddling her thumb. She is working really hard. She does a lot of nurturing at the school. She works with teachers. We may need to revisit our criteria, like you said. We can add things. I'm constantly talking with other people in the state, just trying to find ways. This is not a New Hanover County isolated problem.
Of course, yeah.
This sounds like something that the equity committee
That's what
could
we're
really
work- yeah,
focus
we're working
on.
on some stuff under that, yeah.
Definitely.
We started a new kickstart on that.
And so, are we also looking at, I'm sure you probably are, but, you know, a lot of kids that are really AIG material turn out to be kind of some of the troublemakers in the class because
They
they're,
can.
they're bored or they're not challenged
Yeah.
or, I had one of those children that you don't want to just slap more work on, you want to give them stuff that important. So is that one of the things we're kind of maybe looking at? Maybe some kids get overlooked because they might have more behavior issues in the classroom, so therefore we think that they're not paying attention or they're not
That's
listening.
exactly right. Yes, sometimes it could be they have sloppy handwriting or they
Right.
won't stay in their seat, but that's not an indication of their intelligence.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that was our kid.
Ms. Lund, to keep us on track here, can we move ahead to
yes.
look at the
So
middle
you,
school data?
just to tell you, we've mentioned a couple of the initiatives that we have for the AIG program, and we do have the credentials that the classroom teachers do take, and that's listed, should be on each school's website, which teachers have those credentials. And one thing that I was also excited to start last year, and we did a little bit, but not to the extent that I wish I was sharing this with you, is that we started out, we used to look at our kids, all of our kids compared to national standards, then state standards, and even within our district. But we are looking at local data to the school. So we're looking at kids who have had the same opportunities, the same experiences, and in the same environment. And if they're in the top 10%, that would be a qualifying score at your school because you are showing that you are excelling given the same opportunities that everyone else has had in your school. So that is one of the initiatives that we are doing. Our gifted specialists have monthly trainings where this is always something that we address and share things that we are trying throughout the district. And then again, I'm going to say about our K-3 nurturing program, I do think that is a place where we could make a difference with our students.
Fantastic. All right, any other questions from the board or comments?
Just one quick question about high school. So high school, the AIG program is a little bit different than, at, could you just talk about that a little bit? Like, I know that the identification process, we have all these specialty programs they can go in. It was always kind of a little bit of a mystery on, you sort of lose your AIG status when you go to, high school.
We have 2 specialists in the high school that are shared between the 4 traditional high schools, and they are a valuable resource to the students and the parents in the high school. They are, when I talk about intentionally seeking students, underrepresented populations and students who have been missed, our high school specialists are very skilled at doing that. And so looking at the nomination data, I do recall that there were more underrepresented populations than white in the high school that had been nominated, and it was not that way in elementary or middle school. So they are making an impact and a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that information.
Yes, thank you.
All right, next up on our agenda, policies for first reading. Policy Committee Chair, Mr. Boyer.
All right, there were several policies in first reading, or 2 policies in first reading, 3 in second reading that I did want to briefly address. I didn't hear anything from other board members, but if there is something else that I am missing, please feel free to let me know. The first policy that I wanted to look at was policy 4316, student dress code. To give the board some background, last September, maybe October, a dress code committee was formed to look at issues surrounding our dress code. We had some students assigned to that committee. We had community members, we had teachers, we had board members, and we really wanted to do a deep look into a couple of issues. First, gender neutrality was important to every member of that committee. We wanted to make sure that we weren't discriminatory with our dress code. And there were just a few other items that we wanted to clean up. Leggings was an issue, length of clothing was an issue. So we changed those. And
Safety too, don't forget safety.
we definitely were into safety. No open-soled shoes or what. Yeah, it was a fun committee. It was amazing to consider what people could possibly be wearing into a classroom. But yeah, safety was a big issue, and we also discussed dress down days for economic gain. I know PTOs have been using those to raise money for their schools, and we just didn't think that was fair to economically disadvantaged students, or to tie the dress code, to tie one of our policies to $1 a day, and to have students do that. So in this policy, it gets rid of that. You can see under Section B, individual school dress codes. The administration at individual schools may enact a standard school uniform or dress code. However, that has to be with the approval of the school improvement team, and then that submission would come to the board for final approval. Individual school dress codes must not be inconsistent with the new adopted policy, and schools may not use those dress down days. Is there any question or discussion about this policy? This is for first reading, bear in mind.
Not right now. I don't.
Ms. Justice, you were on the committee. Do you have anything to add?
I think they did a great job. Most of it came from the kids, which was quite shocking, because some people think, they would come up with bad ideas. They came up with great ideas. A lot from the administration and teachers and social, it was a very broad committee, and it was a very practical outcome. And so I'm very happy with it, and the people that were involved were.
Yes, as am I. I think we did a good job there. Usually these dress codes can be contentious, but this was very good. Policy 4351 discusses short-term suspensions. I know we had a spirited discussion in the committee about this. I do not want to see children suspended from school. I don't think any committee member did. When we talked about this policy, we talked about suspension as just almost a tool of last resort. I don't know if that would be a fair characterization. Mr. Wildebohr, you're on the committee. You were an elementary school principal. Ms. Crable, anybody, if they want to jump in and discuss this?
I would throw in, and I think it's important, again, I think it's only used, when I was principal of the school, we only used it as a very, very last resort. I do think it does need to remain. I think it needs to be, I think that even at principals' meetings, maybe they can kind of get together and talk about alternatives to suspension, because sending a child home never made a lot of sense to me. You have to have it, just because, you have a situation where you have a fight, not a push, but a knockdown, dragged out fight. You do need to have that time. But I think it's also important that it's a teaching time. So that's why we added the part in an opportunity to meet with the administrator on the day student returns to school. And it needs to be not just, okay, you're suspended for 2 days, go home, come back, and just go back to whatever you're doing. I think there needs to be additional counseling so the students can learn from that situation. But again, I agree with Ms. Bullier that it needs to be clearly understood that it's a very, very last, especially at the elementary level, a very, very last chance, or last all the way down, not something that's pulled out of the principal's or assistant principal's tool belt on a regular basis.
Ms. Varnum, could you give me an example of when we might have to, when it might be an acceptable circumstance under which we could suspend a K-5 student?
Sure. Just to, trying to think of a situation where there might be a safety matter. For example, let's say we have a student that has been engaging in some pretty dangerous behaviors, and we need to create some kind of a respite moment for that family, for that student, maybe a crisis situation. And maybe in that student's life, a family member says, I'm not going to be able to be supportive of, maybe a crisis support. Sometimes, I'm trying to think of a situation, sometimes we might have to utilize that to really get a strong level of support for a student that's experiencing an emergency situation. I'm trying to think of, there have been probably times where Mr. Wildebohr and I had to talk about this, in our past time working together. I really can't think of a time for elementary students that it's routine. It's really when we've got like a dangerous situation going on and we really need to create a space to get the support for the kid and maybe not be in the classroom at that moment. Again, those are few and far between. It would not be a routine situation by any means.
Dr. Faust, would there be a way to get suspension data at the end of every semester, just to
That would be
see
a
where
good
our
idea.
short-term suspensions are?
Already on it.
Sweet.
We're already on it.
All right. Does anybody have anything else?
I just have one other question. Is a parent allowed to request in-school suspension versus out-of-school suspension? So they're still there and they have easy access to work and a teacher, so that we don't send a kid home to an environment where it's like sending an alcoholic home to a family where people, drink wine every night. Well, or something. That might not be a good example, but where there's a lot of, extra stuff going on in the home that didn't need to be there.
Yeah, so I would say overall, our principals are looking for what's going to actually increase the likelihood of the positive behavior and decrease the likelihood of negative behavior. And we don't find that suspensions do that for us, only when there might be a crisis situation, like I said. So most of the time, almost all of the time, principals are working with the family to try to figure out what's going to be the safest option, because we don't want to decrease that success and that sense of belonging and access to the building. So I could go way deeper into mental health stuff, and I won't do that, but generally those things are going to be considered before suspension.
And so, Dr. Faust, you said you were going to be able to bring us the data on that?
Yes.
Good, thank you very much, okay. This is the first reading. Right. There's also the pre-suspension rights of the student. That's part of this, correct? And I know people have talked to me about it, about a student having a parent at a hearing. Now, that's not practical. I mean, those of us that have worked in administration, when you're talking to people just for questions, for kids, just to ask questions, I mean, it's just not practical to be calling parents, having them in all the time. But for a child that, I guess that would request it, or a parent that would request it, is there some way to write that into, they can have that? So that it's just not cut and dry, no, you can't talk to your parent, even if it's
What
just.
policy are you referring to?
I'm referring to the one we're looking at
So
right
we
now.
did discuss that in the committee, and we said it's really, when we say an informal hearing, and Ms. Varnum, if I'm incorrect, but when we were talking about an informal hearing, it's Susie stole my
Oh, yeah,
locket.
yeah.
At that point, it's not really practical to have a parent, even if a child says, no, I'm not talking until I get my parent. Well, you stole a locket, let's just get to the bottom of this.
Well, you could also pick up a phone and say, I'm talking to your child about this, just to inform them, and would you like to be here? It's an extra step, but there is concern, and I've heard concern, and I've seen it done actually by certain administrators, where it's sort of like, listen, we've got a lot of things to do, let's just rush it through. And later the parents get all upset because they feel like their child's rights or their rights were, just by not informing them. Just asking if we could have some kind of.
Sure, I don't know.
Just an extra step, that's all, just to call the parent and ask them. I know it's right, if somebody, Susie stole, I'm talking about an administrator, not necessarily a teacher. A lot of stuff's handled through teachers. That's not what I'm talking about.
If you're going to suspend someone, that parent needs to be contacted immediately. And quite frankly, they need to be, if they can't make it, to come to school and have that meeting. All that takes place at one time. And any follow-up, you need to meet with the parent, because that's going to be the vehicle to get the kid back to where you want them to be. But when you suspend a child, you can't do that without telling the parent. And of course, the parent's going to have questions. So I know I speak from being a high school principal for many years, and I wasn't always right. But you always have to contact the parent immediately. And unless it's dangerous, as somebody said earlier, the parent says, I can't come to tomorrow, then you can wait till tomorrow to meet with the parent. And they stay in school the rest of the day unless it's something that's dangerous. Or they told the teacher where to go. I mean, can't put them back in class, but you've got to meet the parent. I'm sorry, but you've got to meet the parent.
So it sounds like
I
this may need to
I don't think, this policy doesn't cover
Yeah,
not
exactly.
meeting the parent.
Yeah, and I think what she's referring to
This is
is,
just the informal hearing.
is what is 4340.
Notice to, also notice to.
School level investigations. That, I think, is what some of the emails that we have received is about, where we inserted language in the second paragraph that says, the principal is not required to notify a student's parents before questioning a student in connection with an investigation. And it was my understanding that that is if somebody says, or I said, somebody pushed me, you know, and I want to go report that, the principal is going to call in the person that I said pushed me. And so that student would just be, hey, you know, Charles, did you push Stephanie? You know, and then, you know, so you can get some of that kind of stuff done. That was my understanding
Right.
of that, and I think it comes up in policy 4340 is where I think
Well,
some people were confused.
if you look at
that we were-
section D of 4351, it says, when imposing a short-term suspension, the principal or designee shall provide the student's parent or guardian with notice.
Yes.
And right, and
So
what I am is.
there's no action taken, it was just informal.
Well,
hearing.
I was talking about originally, just what Ms. Crabbe was talking about, is somebody says, they pushed me, then teachers talking to the kids. You're not going up into an investigation with an administrator unless there's a little more than just a pushing going
Well,
on.
investigation
Stagner,
is
could you-
asking questions. It doesn't necessarily
I was
mean,
referring to it like,
spotlight.
I was
Ms.
talking about
Stagner,
a
could
formal
you
investigation.
Could you clarify the reasoning behind the language in this policy?
Pardon?
Yes, Mr. Bullier, I think that you explained it correctly, and Ms. Justice has also mentioned it, that when you have the reference in the section A to pre-suspension rights, this is the informal notice and opportunity to give your side of the story that's required by case law, by due process, that this is before a decision is made to suspend a student. The student has a right to be told what the administration thinks was done wrong, what the violation was, and have an opportunity to tell their side of the story and to tell the administrator what witnesses they may have. That is all done before a decision is made about suspension, and there is no right to have the parent present at that informal. And hearing, the word hearing, excuse me, hearing makes it sound more formal. It really is just that discussion with the student and the administrator. And then, as was pointed out, when you get down to the next section, or down to section D, parents are always required to be notified before there is a suspension or when the student is suspended.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, and that is the law, but I'm talking about here locally with our policies, communicating with parents.
That's in our policy.
I'm not talking about talking a teacher, I'm talking about actually administrators talking to kids about a possibly violation. Just having the parents know, just telling them, informing them.
So is that something that?
So you would like to have the administrators contact the parents about a conversation?
Yes.
So it's just whether they are suspended
Ask them
or
if they would
not?
like to be,
Whether they're suspended or not?
say that again, it's hard to
Whether
hear.
they're suspended or not? So if an administrator talks to a parent and says, oh, okay, you didn't do anything, you'd like that administrator? Because if there's a suspension, the administrator's talking to the parent. That's
I
in the
know that,
policy.
I'm aware of that. I'm talking about if there's a
If there's not a
situation
suspension?
where it's gone to an administrator and they're actually questioning children, that the parents should have the opportunity to know that their children are being questioned, and that just seems like.
Again, I mean, they're not being held or detained.
Oh, I
It's
know.
very
I know
informal.
we're parents in loco, but on the other hand, there's been parents that have complained because they feel like they still have rights, and
If it
that
is
they
the
would
will
like
of
to
the
know if
board
their
to
children are
change
being
that?
questioned.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Smith.
I just wanted to offer some perspective as a former principal in the district. There would be situations where you might get a group of children who get off the school bus. There might be 6, 7, 8 of them. There was some conflict at the bus stop, that type of thing. And typically administrators want to immediately address that issue so that you can go ahead and diffuse it and send the students to class. And so if we were then obligated to call parents ahead of time, get permission to speak to students beforehand, then I think what you do is it would be a missed opportunity to de-escalate a situation. What I would say is it's very common practice that if students are spoken to by the administrator, then they're notified on the back end. I think if there was a requirement for administrators to notify parents on the front end, what if you can't reach a parent? Or if a parent is out of town and says, I don't want you to talk to my child until I'm present, and then they can't come that day, and they can't come the next day, and they can't come the next day. So a situation that maybe you could have de-escalated in 15 to 20 minutes becomes something that then becomes a week-long ongoing event that escalates between children. I remember many days, any of you who've been in the middle school, Dr. Fowles, 7th grade girl discipline. It typically is something you need to deal with right then and there. And sometimes, no disrespect to parents, just simply they're not available, or it would not allow you to do your work timely. But consistently, the expectation is if a child is in a principal's office and they're spoken to by administration, the notification is made after the fact.
And I'm fine with the policy as is. We spent a lot of time on it,
Thank
but
you.
if it's the will of the board to make that change.
And this
All
is
of
a
that
first
umbrella
reading,
that we've been
so-
discussing comes under, I think, if the board attorney agrees, a due process. Due process means I get to talk, I get to ask questions. You have to meet and talk with everyone I want you to, unless it's something that's dangerous, then we'll still talk, and you need to contact the parent. And that eliminates all those issues. And unless it's super dangerous, you do it the next day. You just can't send a kid home without the parent knowing they're going home.
Right.
You don't know what's gonna happen.
But I don't think, what he's saying is, you know, if a principal sits down with a child, talks to the child, what Ms. Justice is saying is before you can even sit down with the child and talk to the child, you have to call the parent, say, is it okay to talk? What happens if you know, and I've had many a parent say, well, yeah, I want to come in and I want to talk to the other boy and see what's going on with him.
Well, I'm basically saying informing the parent. I'm not saying giving necessary permission.
We have to inform them. But I mean, I don't think I would agree with Dr. Smith. I don't think we necessarily need to inform them before we talk to the child.
I'm fine putting this, I believe that we did a lot of work on it. I know Ms. Stagner was involved every step of the way. Our administration was involved every step of the way. We went over this ad nauseum. I'm very comfortable putting that policy forward and trusting that our principals aren't running a police state. I think they're gonna get their jobs done, but it is the will of the board. If we wanna change this, we can change it, but I'm comfortable putting it forward as is.
Well, this is a first reading, so we've got another meeting about it. This is a discussion. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Just to that point on Part D, and I know I'm not as knowledgeable as the educators in the room, but it says when imposing the suspension, the principal will, when Hugh's talking about due process, I'm not even talking about when they're in the action of doing something, but if they're imposing a short-term suspension, they should provide the student, notice to the parent. At that point, they've already decided the suspension has happened, and the parent has had, or is there a process where the parent can at least have some input before a suspension happens, or is it just a done deal? Are they suspended?
So typically what happens, there's an infraction.
Right.
Students are brought in, they may be given a clipboard if there are multiple kids who are involved to put their side of the story. Like their side of the story, principal or administrator is then doing the investigation, looking through it, finding out, looking for commonalities within it, maybe looking at film on a camera. And then you start to send others back, narrowing down your search, getting that, and then there's a conversation. When it's leading up to short-term suspension, then you're looking at board policy. You're looking to see what can be done, what should be done, those types of things. Then once the decision has been made, let's say you're going to suspend, you're notifying the kid, and then you're also notifying the parent. That time the parent may say, well, can you tell me what happened? You're then reading off of their side of the story, what has happened, what you found out in your investigation. Some parents will say, well, I want to come in for a conference. Sure, you can come in for a conference. Come in.
Would the parent be able to change the mind, though, at that point?
It would depend. It honestly would depend on what the infraction was.
Right.
How, and I'll just say it always, all of them, they just always depend. If the infraction warrants that short-term suspension. Of course, long-term is 10 days plus. Short-term is anything, it's a mindset. So it would be a discussion.
Right, so I was just saying that to Hugh's point about the due process part, like, already at this point, and if they're already gonna be suspended, like, the parent wouldn't have any kind of bearing on whether or not that y'all could negotiate something else, punishment. I don't know. I just feel like we were talking about suspensions, and how we can try and.
And I'll be honest, and I was not a principal in New Hanover County, but, if a parent came in to me and we were able to come up with another solution, because, like I say, especially at the elementary level, suspension is not a great thing. It's not like, oh boy, So if we could come up with another plan, we tried to do inventive ways to, help the child understand that they had done something wrong, but also, keep the child in school, or work with the child, or work with the parent, or whatever we could do. So I think that, most principals would listen at least to the parent and, discuss.
Would there be any wording we could put just to kind of, because it's clear that, at this point, that the kid's already suspended, and the parent would be called after the fact, and then at that point, could you work something out, and then maybe, I don't know,
So I would just be cautious about putting too much detail into our policies.
Well, sometimes you got to.
No, I agree. I just don't know what that would look like in this case, and I don't want to take.
This first reading, I guess we could talk about it more, right?
So that was,
I would suggest that if we all have comments,
Yeah.
then send them to Nelson.
Okay.
And if you want to, poke your head in on the next policy committee meeting.
Okay.
And have a comment
Yeah,
there.
because that's actually
That's a good
Zoomed,
idea.
right? So
Yeah,
you can literally
so
just,
you could write it in writing.
That would be a good idea to do that.
at this point, we have exceeded the time that was allotted for first reading, and this is just an information-only item. These policies will all be posted publicly for the next 30 days. And so the public has input, they can submit it to the policy committee chair, and I encourage board members to do the same.
All right.
Anything else for this item? All right. Mr. Bollier, we're keeping you up here for Head Start, please. Head Start Board Liaison Report.
Good evening, members of the board. Good to be with you as usual for our monthly Head Start Liaison Report. Should be relatively quick tonight. We just have 2 items. As you can see, our numbers remain the same. 260 funded, enrolled, 94 3-year-olds, 112 4-year-olds. I'm sorry, our current enrollment is 206. Our funded enrollment is 260. Let's see, you can see our, if you switch over to our budget report, monthly expenditures. I always remind board members we are a month behind, so our numbers look low, but we are green under the guidance of Ms. Smiles and her wonderful team, and I am confident that as we approach the end of our year, we will remain green across the board. Our Head Start in-kind contributions to date, school location, $359,416.09. Utilities, $38,554.86. $10,843.63 on maintenance, for a total in-kind contribution of $408,813.18. Any questions on any part of that report? Okay, item 2, the federal financial report. The submission of interim FFRs will be on a quarterly, semi-annual, and annual basis as directed by the federal agency. I think I've told you guys before, most of our paperwork is Head Start. It's a great program. It's a bureaucratic nightmare at times with all the paperwork. A final FFR shall be submitted at the completion of the award agreement. The following reporting period dates shall be used for interim reports. Those are 3/31, 6/30, 9/30, and 12/31 final FFRs. Reporting period ends date shall be the end of the date of the project or grant period. quarterly and semi-annual interim report shall be submitted no later than 30 days after the end of each reporting period. Annual report shall be submitted no later than 90 days after the end of each reporting period, and final report shall be submitted no later than 90 days after the project or grant period ends. Are there any questions about our federal financial report? No action needed. I don't believe, I didn't see anything on action. Ms. Miles, we don't need to do anything with this, do we?
No action necessary at this time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is just for information purposes, just required reporting. Thank you, Dr. Zinn. Any questions, comments, concerns? Great. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Beaulieu. All right, next item up on the agenda is our superintendent's report. And this evening, I believe Dr. Faust will be presenting a report on the first 90 days of as our superintendent. It's been an exciting one. It's been really boring, right?
Yeah, all the way. PowerPoint, in the PowerPoint, I'll be lifting just some of the, not everything that's in there. It'll, of course, will be online and you have access to it. So the first 90 days as the superintendent, several things. We've done more things, what actually seems to be pushed behind the scenes, and COVID has actually taken over our lives. But we have been working as a school district to get things done. First thing that I want you to know is that just a commitment to leading the way in providing every student a superior education in a safe and rigorous learning environment. And in that, listening to the community, stakeholders, broadening the district's network of community partners, supporting students and families during the pandemic. One of the things that we are working towards is 90% of the students are reading on grade level by third grade, increasing our graduation rate to 99% within 3 to 5 years, and then a 10% increase in academic achievement in all student subgroups within 3 to 5 years. So those are some of the academic growth spots that we'll want to work on. The next slide. In this one, visiting in-person and virtual classrooms all over the district, and so that has just been something that has always brightened my day, and enjoying the walks and talks with our school leaders, and getting to Zoom bomb some of the classrooms and as the teachers are teaching. But also, I led 4 virtual and interactive town hall meetings on the district transition to Plan B, including bilingual events with Spanish-speaking families. And we've done this also through the real-time in chats and calls and emails. Next slide. And so here, these are also, of course, classroom visits. And one of the first things that I did when I was here is we were able to assist the Board of Education in leading the outdoor classroom ribbon cutting ceremony at Ogden Elementary. And that was a joint press conference with New Hanover County Commissioners at that point. And a joint county commissioners. Next slide. We've conducted 19 media interviews and appearances within the first 90 days. Next slide. We've conducted a communications audit in preparation for developing a district strategic communication plan. We showcase stories of the district in branded video campaigns, Meet the Principal, NHCS success stories, and amazing teachers. We've also implemented text messaging and the process for simultaneously English and Spanish Connect 5 communications. We've also launched a superintendent vlog, Facebook Live question and answer sessions, and a redesigned Waves monthly e-newsletter to increase communication. And those blogs are quarterly. We've also awarded year-end employee bonuses within 1 week of bonus approval. And I will say thank you to our payroll department because they were able to, oh my gosh, the work that they had to do to make that happen was phenomenal. So I can't thank them enough for doing that. Of course, the purchase of our PPEs and distribution of cleaning supplies that has taken place. The launch of a district-wide training and for Tyler Technology, and you'll hear more about Tyler as we, that's through a finance protocol or platform, which also works also with HR, and so we'll be training more principals on that there at our next principals meeting. They're going to get some information on Tyler, and it'll be in the training stages, but the goal is to roll that out by the fourth quarter. More so, hopefully we'll be able to get that out before June. And that's, of course, with that's a financial protocol. Next slide. In our HR department, we were able to maintain an operation over 50 remote learning labs, serving the child care needs for over 400 employees and provided employment for over 100 transportation and after-school workers during the pandemic. We created a mentoring program to support equity, and this was to help with the inclusion of recruitment and retention efforts, pairing minority educators with minority new hires to establish the support for success. We also hired and did an onboarding for the new Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. We've recruited 9 teacher assistants to become EC, general education, and pre-kindergarten teachers through the Grow Your Own program here that we have. And then, of course, the teacher program and created a pathway to teaching website for the internal recruitment. And one of the things that we've also been able to do, and there's been a couple conversations, and is work with the Latino Alliance group. And so we've had, I think, 3 conversations and 3 meetings, 3 Zoom calls where we were able to work with them. And the partnering with them has been very beneficial. And I look forward to even working more with them. And so they're helping us with some recruits for teachers, staff members. And so we're working in tandem with them as we are working through the programs. We've launched the Youth Technology Apprentice Camp, YTAC, and that's engaging 20 students in paid opportunities for students to explore computer programming. We've certified 12 CTE educators in the district for the C coaching. We've implemented a new procedure to ensure the safe reopening of schools and administrative facilities under current pandemic conditions. We've also maintained meal service at over 40 school sites and delivered to over 20 neighborhoods as a part of the curbside grab and go, serving over 1.5 million meals in our county during this time. We've also expanded our bus driver recruitment and retention efforts with the bus driver referral and bonus pay program. We've reviewed and updated our Board of Education policies regarding student behavior. Actually, we were just talking about that in coordination with the policy committee with specific focus on equity, school justice partnership, and positive behavior supports. We've expanded the district's partnership with New Hanover County Public Health, and we've done that pretty much seamless with them, and we are very thankful for the work that they are continuing to do with us. You also heard about the iCares grant, and so we were awarded a $350,000 grant, and I won't go over what that's about because we just had a presentation on it. We expanded the programs and resources to support universal social emotional learning during and after the pandemic. We've developed and launched the Bringing in the Bystander Community Responsibility Program to empower high school students to advocate for themselves, and you had a presentation on that last board meeting. For technology, we've reimaged 1,173 laptops, prepared and delivered 1,100 iPads and 1,472 hotspots to schools, and provided 1,300 Bluetooth microphones and 700 webcams to teachers in support of remote learning. We've responded to over 5,500 remote learning tech hotline calls from parents, caregivers, students, teachers, and staff. We've also increased our communication with administrators, teachers, and promoted digital literacy in the program in this hybrid instruction through our digital teaching and learning newsletter. Those are just a few of the things that we've taken place, that has taken place in the 90 days. Of course, I didn't read everything that was on there. But we have been working hard, and it has not only been me, it's been the team that has taken the vision. And I know sometimes they are looking at a visionary leader. It's like, oh my gosh, here he comes with another. And they'll get a text like, hey, meet me in my office. And I think it's a great idea. And so what they'll tell me is, okay, we've got it. We've got it. Now, remind me, now, what is it? And all I do is tell them, and they actually put things together. And so I couldn't do this work without a strong team. So I want to definitely give a hats off to everyone who was working with me. The communications, HR, student support, school's office, operations, Mary Hazel. I know you are listening. Mary Hazel's always putting her head down like, oh my gosh, how much is that going to cost? I'm like, don't worry about it. We've got it. And, definitely, because sometimes it's, as a visionary leader, sometimes it's just like split second. And Dr. Smith will tell you, sometimes she gets weird texts on the weekends, and then she'll bring it. I'm like, where did you get that from? She's like, well, you wanted this. I'm like, okay, let me go back through my text. Because like, what was I thinking during that time? But we work hard, and sometimes it goes unnoticed because there are other things that take place, but you're in good hands. And this is, I will be honest with you, this is one of the best teams that I've worked with, because we laugh a lot. We laugh a lot. Even through the tough times, we have to find something to laugh about. So I want to thank them and thank you all for the first 90 days. In addition to that, of course, this month is Black History Month. February is Black History Month, and schools are celebrating all month, including participating in NCTE's National African American Read-In. We have this week is National School Counseling Week, a big celebration for our school counselors. We're celebrating and supporting our school counselors provide to students during National School Counseling Week. And then also School Bus Drivers Appreciation Week is next week. And Governor Cooper has proclaimed February 8th through the 12th as School Bus Drivers Appreciation Week. We'll be honoring the hard work of our bus drivers across the district next week. So I want to thank you I try to do that as expeditiously as possible.
You're very good at going through that fast.
Okay.
Dr. Faust, I would like to say thank you for compiling this. I think the past couple months, it's really easy to miss all the work that's been occurring because COVID really has encapsulated everything that we're doing. But truly, thank you to senior staff. Thank you for your leadership. You have gotten a lot done in a very short period of time, and this board is so grateful for the leadership that you have brought to our district. Thank you very much. All right. Next item is the board chairperson's report. The first item, I was actually going to say thank you to our school counselors. As for National School Counselors Week, we need you, especially now. So thank you so much to all of our counselors. I did not know about the Bus Driver Appreciation Week, but I will say thank you so much to them for getting our students safely to and from school. I have one item that I need to include for the chairperson's report this evening. It's in reference to something that occurred during January's meeting, and I have a statement that I'd like to read. During the January board meeting, Ms. Justice addressed improving communication among board members and between the board and the superintendent. I think we can all agree that is a laudable goal. However, I want to specifically address Policy 2010, which is our current policy on board and superintendent relations. This policy requires advance notice to the Board of Education as a whole when the superintendent is called upon to speak formally before another government body or agency, such as the Board of County Commissioners on legislation, policy, or political issues of concern to the board. However, as board chair, I want to clarify that there is no requirement for the superintendent to inform the board or individual board members every time he has a conversation or holds an informal meeting with a county commissioner or county staff. Our superintendent is encouraged and expected to communicate and interact with community members, business leaders, elected officials, and staff of other government bodies as part of his job of leading, advocating for, and representing the New Hanover County Schools. It is our responsibility as a board to provide leadership and direction for the school system by developing goals and objectives and by approving policies. But we have hired the superintendent to administer the day-to-day operations of the school district consistent with these goals and policies. As a board, we should let him do that. So that is my statement, and we will move on.
Could we take a break, because I know some people are.
You need a break? Would you like a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break,
gotta sit around
and
for a
let's return back at, let's make this one a little bit faster, 9:57.
Oh, fun.
together.
I don't know, so I
Thank
looked
you
you
for
up and I didn't see
entertaining that
so
break.
didn't come
It
just
wasn't
that.
entertaining.
Okay.
Next item up on our agenda are committee reports, and I believe, Mr. Bullier, you are going to give some updates for policy committee.
Yes, last month, Ms. Justice asked us to look at policy 2302 related to our board agenda. No, I'm sorry, related to our meeting schedules. The policy committee took a look at that and voted, or didn't vote, decided not to take any action on that. I think we are in complete agreement with Ms. Justice on her point about the need to have multiple meetings a month. The reason we were hesitant to put it into policy is the same reason we're looking at the board agenda. Once you write something down and you're stuck with it, it's limiting. I don't know what our summer is going to look like or next summer is going to look like. I think for the foreseeable future, I anticipate having several meetings a month, and I hope that continues. But in terms of putting it into policy, the committee felt that it was not really a prudent thing to do, that we can practice 2 meetings a month without having to put it into actual practice, or into actual policy.
Okay, well, you know what? Our training on Friday was very informative in certain ways. I actually loved what the gentleman said who's had experience with other board processes. And in fact, talking to people in the county is from other boards in the county, governmental bodies, is what brought this up. Plus, just the reality is that this is just crazy. What is it now, 10 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're 2/3 of the way through. So I agree with you, maybe policy isn't the best place for it right now, but I think a good thing to do is possibly I'm proposing putting together an ad hoc committee of people and looking at different agendas, formats for other meetings, other boards. As I said, the one that was mentioned on Friday was wonderful. I'm sure there's really good ones out there that we could fit to what we need, and start working on that immediately, because I've brought this up probably for the last 2 years off and on. We can't just keep putting it off. It's rough on some of the people here. We can't just keep depending on that policy, which we really necessarily aren't following anyway. Let's go ahead and start looking at a way to actually, have the 2 proper meetings.
I would love to.
Okay.
I would volunteer to serve on it with you.
I'll be on it. We can be together.
I don't know if we need a vote on that, or if that's
Well,
just-
actually, I guess it's up to Stephanie. Could go ahead.
I'm open to that. I just need to know how many members need to be on it. Ms. Stagner, if we create an ad hoc committee around creating a more impactful and effective board agenda
Or process, yeah.
process, what would that look like?
I believe that the board chair has the authority to appoint committees, but let me double check your policy really quickly.
Like the Jeopardy music should be playing.
You do have, I believe, a policy about committees already. Policy 2230 is about board committees. The board has standing committees, advisory committees, ad hoc committees. As time and situations demand, ad hoc committees may be appointed by the chair with the approval of the board. They're temporary and formed for a specific purpose. They have no final authority and are just advisory to the board.
All right, so three committee members from the board. Would
that's up to you.
Is that we have to keep it under, it would have to be under 4.
It can be, it doesn't have to be under 4. It can be whatever number. You will need to notice them as public meetings if they meet. So the number doesn't really matter.
All right, ad hoc committee.
Madam Chair, could I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a meeting coming up on the 16th where we're talking about that kind of stuff. Might I suggest that we just talk about it and for like X amount of time on an agenda?
Can we go
in an existing meeting that we already have and just knock it out? I mean, is that not
I would really
meeting the
love
intent?
to, I would really love to work with Ms. Justice
Okay.
and take a stab
We need to
at,
do-
and
I'd
then
like
we
to
can
see a
show it to
good
you.
job.
This is what we're thinking. Because Ms. Justice, I've been with you for this, I mean,
Yeah, we
this
can do a
is-
good job
This is
on
not
this.
normal.
Okay. Do you want it to just be the two of you, or would you like to add anybody else?
We actually did a good job on the dress code. It was a lot of fun sometimes, but.
Let's
Okay.
get the band back.
All right, Ms. Justice and Mr. Bollier, you have agenda processes.
Okay.
Ad hoc committee.
Well, I don't know if you, how about meeting processes?
Meeting processes?
That
Is
sounds
what
more
you-
appropriate.
Meeting processes. All right, thank you very much for that offer. We look forward to the work that you are going to do, and we look forward to you helping us become more efficient in our meetings. So thank you very much. Are there any other committee reports that anyone would like to share?
I just did have a brief update on calendar. I get all excited this time of year. I love calendar committee. We are planning on bringing the board the 2021-2022 school year calendars in March. We're waiting just in case there's more guidance coming from Raleigh over the next several weeks. We just want to make sure we are ready to present and keep it where it's going to be. But we are getting close, and I just wanted you guys to be prepared for that at the board meeting.
All right, thank you very much.
I actually do have a committee meeting report.
Yes, ma'am.
Briefly, since we did talk about the gifted, I'm on the Gifted Advisory Council, and they added 2 new members that we're going to agree on, hopefully. I don't see why not, hopefully. Later, 3? Okay, great. All right, later in the meeting. But one of the things, it's been rough with COVID. I know all the committee meetings have been having challenges, but we were able to meet. It was a good meeting. And one of the things that they did point out, besides the fact that, we're excited about the new members and how important the different AIG teachers are in the school. One of the things they talked about is literally right now during COVID, they have been pulling the AIG teachers to do all kinds of things that normally staffs aren't doing, but they needed them, like online, helping out with classes. And they're still doing their own jobs too. So I'd like to really thank them for that, because that was something above and beyond what a lot of, then all the teachers are doing above and beyond. And also that our council has been recognized by the state mainly for the way the council itself conducts its relationship with the schools. Right now, high schools, going in and talking and to the different talking to the members of the different programs and the teachers involved. And we're going to be expanding that. I know it's hard to do that because of COVID right now, but we're going to be we're trying to think about doing one online with the elementary schools, because we've been doing it with the high schools. So I just wanted to point out that they're getting into schools, and the state recognized that our plan, the Gifted Advisory Council's plan for this county, for our district, is got that exceptional component to it. So I just wanted to say there, good job.
Wonderful news. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, anybody else? All right, moving along to consensus items. The only item we have under consensus items this evening is our personnel report. Dr. Allison Coker joining us at the podium. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. I would like to present the personnel report to you for your approval, covering the period of December 21st through January 26th.
Okay. You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second? Second. All right, thank you, Mr. Wildeboer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Personnel report is approved.
Thank you.
Very much. Moving on to old business. I feel like we just were here. Policies for second reading. Mr. Bollier, take it away.
Back at it. So for second reading, the first policy I would like to discuss is policy 3220. Take your time pulling it up.
Technology. Oh, fun one.
3220, technology in the educational program. I've gotten a lot of questions about this. Let's see, where was the issue? I think this is the policy that allows the confiscation of devices. This was added into the policy, so I'll let Ms. Stagner, Ms. Brinson, Dr. Faust, and Ms. Varnum discuss this after I read it. But what we added was school employees may confiscate a student's personal technology device if it is used in violation of board policy, the code of student conduct, or a school rule. Confiscated devices will be returned at the end of the school day unless law enforcement involvement is necessary. In accordance with policy 4342, student searches, a student's personal technology device, including but not limited to text messages and digital photos, may be searched whenever a school official has reason to believe the search will provide evidence that the student has violated or is violating a law, a board policy, the code of student conduct, or a school rule. The scope of such searches must be reasonably related to the objectives of the search and not excessively intrusive in light of the nature of the suspected infraction. And I know there are a lot of concerns about what that looks like, about who and who may not take a cell phone from a student, about what happens when they do so. So I will turn it over to the board to ask any questions, and I'm sure senior staff can answer.
Well, the terminology, how about a supervising employee? The way it sounds now, it sounds like anybody that works for the schools can take it. But in all actuality, if there's something going on, it should be somebody that's got the, the ability to supervise the student. That's part of their job description, not just anyone that.
And I know we did discuss that. Ms. Varnum, Ms. Stagner, if you want to explain the reason behind the wording? Or
So, I mean, I think this policy is written so that a teacher or someone who is, in a position to supervise that student, as Ms. Justice said, the student is violating some school rule, the phone goes off in the classroom is that's the example I think of when this section would be applied. The teacher can take that phone, put it in the desk so that it's not disruptive to class, and it'll be returned at the end of the day. That does not give the teacher the right to start looking through the student's text messages and photos. That is subject to the same rules as any other student search. It has to be based on reasonable suspicion. And so they're really two different components, and that's why there's a reference to the student search policy. Regarding who may confiscate a cell phone, I mean, I think that this policy does leave some level of discretion for the school level as to who would be the appropriate person to be enforcing school rules. School employees may have to enforce school rules regardless of whether they're teachers or other folks, but certainly that's something if the board felt it needs to be more prescriptive, it could be. And I'd certainly be interested and would advise the board to listen to the administration on any change to that language.
I would think you might want to be more specific because you don't want to put other employees in a situation where they may do something that the administrator or teacher.
Sure, yeah, and I know we did talk about that, and I remember we didn't change it.
Interested in this.
Ms. Varnum?
And I wish I could remember why we didn't change it. My team and I also talked about this. And talked about how school employees was really pretty broad. And I know that there was a discussion, and I don't have the exact notes on what that was. But it does seem quite open-ended, and I don't want to necessarily advise on this, but I would be certainly comfortable, and my team would be certainly comfortable if it was more prescribed to not all school employees.
How would you, is like a
Would you say
motion?
teachers' assistants, or?
Well, supervising is good, a supervisor, because,
Well, I don't know, I think a teacher needs to be able to take a phone.
Well, and I think if I remember
Well,
correctly.
a teacher is a supervisor. Anytime you've got the child and that's part of your job description, you're supervising them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not sure if a policy that said supervisor would include a teacher.
I remember some of the discussion being around school employees, because let's just say that a student is in the cafeteria taking a picture of somebody's rear end in front of them in the line, and the cafeteria supervisor sees that, you know, it has two options. They can say, I need to have your phone because that was inappropriate, or the cafeteria supervisor goes immediately to the AP on duty and says, this person was,
Or a teacher.
I think that's where our discussions were, and then we also talked about substitute teachers, because they're school employees, but sometimes we don't really call them school employees, but they're acting on behalf of a teacher. So those were some of the kinds of things that we talked about, if I remember correctly, because I brought them up. Yeah.
More prescriptive, that's just, like somebody's mowing the lawn out on the field and sees a kid taking on the phone, doesn't like it and grabs it. I mean, it's more, because substitutes are supposed to supervise. And so is in the cafeteria, whoever's in there supervising, teachers, maybe, but there is, more prescriptive is a better way to put it to me.
Right, so from a precautionary perspective, especially in light of positive behavior supports, I would, as a behavior specialist, I would stand here and say that I'm so much more comfortable with an administrator or someone that is a leader in kind of that student support or administrative area of the building or area of work being responsible for that, because that person is going to be more knowledgeable about individualized behavior plans and also be knowledgeable about whether you're going to create an escalating situation.
Really, that's
huge. If I'm in a building and I see something inappropriate happening with a kid in a phone and it's not an immediate safety issue, even if it's inappropriate, I'm going to immediately grab an administrator and say, you're going to want to address this. I don't have the relationship with the student, and you know your student, and you know how to address it. It's not going to be favorable or really best practice for just any staff member to respond.
May I suggest then that we remove policy 3220 to come up, A, to come up with good language, or B, to find out why we didn't change it in the first place?
Oh, there's a good point too. There might be some reason.
Great. That's a great idea.
Next policy is policy 4302. Oh, yes. Don't go too far, Ms. Martin. Rules for use of seclusion and restraint in schools. I know there was a lot of concern about this policy. I just wanted administration to discuss. This is an absolute last resort, not used for, property or anything like that. Ms. Martin?
I am too.
Might not be able to come up with it in my little pack of, somehow they're all out of order over there. And Ms. Stagner, I'm sure can speak much more to this. This policy is very much aligned to House Bill 1032, known as the Greenblatt Act, that really focuses on the not only the rules and regulations, but also practices that should be utilized as a part of seclusion and restraint. And we do operate from a research-based training methodology. We use Crisis Prevention Institute, which is a long-standing approach to seclusion and restraint use, but it's also mainly focusing on seclusion and restraint as an absolute last resort when there is immediate danger of harm to a student or others. So it's not a behavior management technique. It is not a disciplinary technique. It is absolutely to prevent injury of a student or others because of some type of situation going on with the student.
In other words, safety.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, as a behavior specialist, it's something that I had to do at times, and it's not easily done. We have our folks trained annually and then booster trainings, and we spend the majority of that time training them on how to de-escalate behaviors and understanding ways to respond so that you are decreasing that likelihood of that physical intervention.
And if I may, I'll just add, as Dr. Julie said, that this policy is really very, it tracks the state statute, and that was a law that went into effect several years ago. really in reaction to the overuse of seclusion and restraint. Nationwide, there was really a lot of studying done about the misuse and overuse of this. So the policy tracks the law, and the law was intended to limit the use of these types of methods to when they're necessary for safety, and also put into place documenting, reporting, and notice to parents, so that if an incident of seclusion or restraint is used, there are certain rules that have to be followed as far as reporting that and recording that.
Any other questions from board members?
About that one?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham.
Thank you.
And that brings us to policy 7335. And I will just turn that over. This is employee use of social media. And I will just turn that over to Dr. Faust to explain some of the changes that we have made as a district regarding this issue.
I'm trying to get to the portion where we.
7335.
Sorry.
Okay, so under paragraph 4, I think this is number 5. I think that's how it reads. To the extent any employee uses social media to communicate with students or their parent regarding school-related information, including sports and extracurricular activities, those social media tools should not also be used for political advocacy or campaigning. So basically what this is stating in this paragraph is that we want our employees communicating with our students on our platform so that we are able to track the conversations in the event that we need to go back and track information that is going on. This eliminates the ability to have employees conversing one-on-one with students, and they would need to keep it in a unified, it could be in our email platform, and Dawn would have to help me. There are other platforms that we have that actually provide our students and our employees a safe measure of communicating. So for instance, practice, they could put that in, all students have email that is district email, and all of our employees have district email. That would be on our server. So in the event that something is not appropriate, we are able to go back and pull the email. If it's on a cell phone, we're not able to track that. And so I highly suggest that we move in this direction so that we don't go backwards. And so we have to put some preliminary precautions in place to protect our employees and our students.
And if I could just call everybody's attention to paragraph 2. School employees may use only school-controlled social media or approved video conferencing platforms to communicate directly with current students about school-related matters. Period, full stop. Employees are prohibited from knowingly communicating with current students through personal social media without parental permission. An internet posting on a personal social media website intended for a student will be considered a form of direct communication with that student in violation of this policy unless the parent has consented to the communication. So I don't know why that wasn't highlighted as changed. I know we changed some language or strengthened some language there, but I just wanted to call everybody's attention to that change and leave it open for discussion if somebody had anything to add. Thank you, Dr. Faust.
Yes, and I'd like to add something if that's okay.
Oh, yes, Ms. Brinson.
Can you hear me? Yes, I'm online. Yes, I'm sorry. So right now, besides the students' email that we provide, we also, there's a Google chat feature that we also do archive. And then there's the learning management systems that we have provided, the Seesaw, Canvas, and Google Classroom, that will allow communication at this present time. I have formed a committee with Ms. Gibson and administrators at all 3 levels to start looking into some other communication tools that we can use as a district that would be set up and managed at the district level that would do the archiving that Dr. Faust had mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much. Anything from any other board members? If not, Ms. Crable, did you have something?
Yes, I had a couple things that I wanted to bring to our group's attention. That we had I had spoken with McKenna and about some overall changes that we've already approved them, but they were wording changes, and she suggested all I need to do is just bring it to you to tell you what the wording changes were. And they're so simple, but it's just trying to get wording more consistent. And if you look in where we're talking about policy 4320, student promotion and accountability, we just added in a cross-reference to policy 4003 about translating policies to make sure that everybody gets the language that they need. And in promotion exercises, she took out some wording that we forgot to take out the first time. It was already scratched, but it wasn't taken out. And in the one place, we decided to put in, to reference a new policy, 3465. So as we're moving through all of our policies, some of the things that we just need to cross-reference a little bit better. Policy 3440, where it talks about the comprehensive health program, it really has nothing to do with the comprehensive health program. It said things, you can find more of it online, and we changed the wording to on the school system website so that people didn't have to guess where online to go. They knew to go to our website, to get that information. These are all just very, very subtle. And then in policy 3450, class rankings, it gave a listing of things that this has nothing to do with class ranking, but other ways that we evaluate students for different kinds of things. And we added in certification and credentials earned so that we gave credence to our CTE programs and other programs that offer credentialing. So it didn't change graduation rankings, it just gave more information of the ways that we recognize our student performance and achievement. And then in policy 3460 and then 3550 was the same thing. We added in to earn industry certifications and credentials, just to talk about, make it more clear that those things were being earned. And then policy 3460, graduation requirements, and policy 3610, counseling programs, were really, McKenna went through and changed the wording to be consistent for guidance counselors to school counselors. So we were calling them all the same thing. So these were just, wording changes to make us more consistent. So that's really all that we had to look at, just to make sure that we were just getting wording changes. So it's already gone through number 1 reading here for number 2, but we changed it before it got here. So those changes are already made on the things that you would have read, but they changed from first reading. So I just wanted to bring those to everybody's attention.
So it's what we have.
Yes, so it is what you have, but it was not what you read on first reading.
Okay.
We just changed a couple words to make the wording more consistent.
Explain it.
Okay. And then Nelson, I had one other that I forgot to tell you to pull, that I wanted to ask the group about. It's policy 4310 called integrity and civility, and that might be one that you do want to pull up. So I asked McKenna about if you're looking in prohibited behavior, and we list 8 different things of the prohibited behavior. And so being on the Title IX committee, bullying and harassing, come to mind. So I asked her, how come that is not included? And she said, because we already have a policy, 4329, and also 7311, that addresses that. So I wanted your opinions on, should we not include that, because that is prohibited behavior that we've talked a lot about. to add that as a number 9, potentially, and reference, you don't have to do any wording around it, but reference the policy 4329/7311, so that we, again, if that's one of our focus areas that we're trying to eliminate, would that be something
They're
that we
on one
wanted to
spot.
add?
That would make
Yes.
sense.
So so that would be, this is also for second reading. You didn't read that in first reading, so I just wanted to throw that in as we're approving. Can we make that change? Or what do you think about making that change as we're approving second reading?
Well, would we have, since it's not what well, go ahead.
My recommendation, if there's, because for the other changes, there's something that's a change that's been made, it's concrete, the board members can read the actual language. If there's going to be a change, I would advise not to do it sort of on the fly.
Okay.
Just pull this one, bring it back with some concrete language that the board can look at and then approve.
Okay.
We'll pull 4310 and bring it back next month.
Great.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
May I back up to the class ranking for a second? And I haven't read all of it. It's the first time I've actually read that part. Is there a limitation on how many years a student has to be in a high school to be valedictorian or salutatorian?
Huh, interesting.
Only because if your student moves in and they're there 1 year, and they're very, very, very bright and talented, can they still be valedictorian, salutatorian? Or do they have to have been there 2 years?
I don't remember any
Is
limit.
that on there?
No, it's not part of the
That's fine,
policy,
yeah.
he's just raising that as a.
Oh, okay, good.
I only asked that because that was one of the biggest issues that I had in my life.
No, I
Yours said
don't
there won't be
believe
an
there was any class limit.
Okay, so a student coming for a year, okay.
I believe
And bring
so.
their grades that transfer from another whole school and be valedictorian or salutatorian.
That's sad.
I don't mean their grades don't reflect, but they can be valedictorian or salutatorian. Just a question.
Wow, that's weird.
All right. Anything else that we need to pull? Or can we move ahead with a motion to
Nelson, and is this where we bring up about adopting since we haven't adopted 4300?
Yeah, I don't, you'll have to do, I don't, yeah,
Okay.
go explain that, I don't
Okay.
understand really.
So we, 4300 was also one of those policies where we made changes, and you'll see that in your in your packet, that it went from first reading back into policy committee, and we're bringing it back out now. And I just wanted to call your attention to what was added because we all had questions about that. In the first paragraph, number 2, we added a system that ensures equitable treatment of all students as one of the behavior policies. We also added under A, principles, number 5, we added restorative justice practices will be used as appropriate to resolve conflicts and build community. And in letter D, consequences for violation, we added in the clause at the end of that paragraph, and consistent with school justice partnership. You know, so all those 3 things related to, and those were all discussed at our committee meeting. But you had asked us to take this back to look at for different things, and we did, and used community input for that. So I asked, and of course, this would be approved tonight.
Yeah, and it's already in there, right?
Right,
Because I was
so
reading, it's already
in there,
on
so,
there,
yeah.
yeah.
But I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it was different than what we looked at the first time.
Get that way.
So as I was reading through these, and we're being asked to approve some other policies that related to 4300 without having 4300 approved. So it really shouldn't be an issue right now because we're going to go ahead and approve them all at one time. But McKenna said that we could always approve any of the other ones, just in case 4300 did not go through, we could approve the other ones with the effective date when 4300 was approved.
We'll have to do that.
But it
We'll
looks
have
like.
to do that. 4300 is on for first reading, we're not voting on it tonight.
Yeah, first reading.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so 4300 we haven't, but we're not going to vote on.
No.
Or consensus vote. But there are other ones that we are going to consensus vote that reference 4300. So McKenna said that we could approve the ones that were good And there were many that are fine to go through, with the effective date being whenever we approved 4,300. So we didn't have to hold off on all these policies. We move forward with approving them with an effective date when we get to 4,300.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Surrounding a program. So do we name, is it okay to name a specific program in the policy?
We talked about the policy.
That's why I couldn't
Yeah,
remember.
you were there.
Because, right, and, what's the justice, what's the?
J-corponing?
No.
The,
Restorative justice.
Restorative
And I don't know if our whole district, and I think that may have been my question, has our whole district been trained in restorative justice?
No.
So that would be my question. If we put that in our policy, then we have to.
Well, it says, it's just, with, you can, if I read it, read that part again if you want.
From what our committee talked about was under principles. These are some of the ways that we can manage student behavior. And so you're just listing possible things.
Right.
And restorative justice was one of the ones that, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we did talk about that in the meeting, in the policy committee meeting, that might be one of the things we can use.
We can discuss 4,300 next month. The problem that
Right.
we're gonna have here is that we're not gonna be able to, we can pass these or not pass these, they're not gonna go into effect, and we're not gonna be able to remove the other policies. Is that what I'm understanding? Because we're not gonna be able to remove the policies that we have to rescind.
No, that she said we can approve the ones that we had no problem with in our policy committee meeting. The ones that are on for second reading, we've already talked about, that reference 4,300. We can approve them without having approved 4,300, because I was concerned that we were going to approve policies that referenced a policy we hadn't approved yet.
Do you have the list of policies that reference 4,300?
Yeah, it is 4302, 4303, 4310, 4315.
Hold on, slow them down, I'm gonna write them. 4302.
4302, 4303, 4310, 4315, 4318, 4320, 4325, 4328, 4330, 4331, 4333, 4340, and 4341. So there's quite a number in the 4,300 series that are okay to go ahead, but they all reference a policy we have not approved yet.
Then we have to go, we might have to take a break. We have to go back and find out which policies we have to rescind. 'Cause we won't be able to all of these will correspond to a policy that we can't rescind.
Let's see, Deborah,
But you said if it's approved, then you, oh goodness.
It doesn't take effect until next month.
If you approve a policy with an effective date at some point in the future, I agree with Mr. Beaulieu, you cannot rescind all those policies unless you know that you have another one that's in effect to take its place. And I don't know that we have done all that cross-referencing right now. We've been, the board has sort of been piling up these policies that need to be rescinded, waiting to finally approve these other ones. One suggestion might be that the board at its next meeting approve ahead of time 4,300, or wait and approve all the 4,300 series together at the time, just so that there's no disconnect. I mean, I think the board has understood all along that you will have policies that are named that will be taking effect, you'll get to it later. But these do sort of hinge on 4,300, it sounds like, from what Ms. Craybill has said. I just don't think you can rescind policies if you don't know for a fact that you've got a new one in place to take its place.
So can we go ahead, though, and do a consensus vote for the policy committee policies from November 10th, the 3,000 series? Is that impacted by this conversation?
A lot of policies.
I mean, that's what I was thinking, it's a lot of policies, but they all, until we pass 4,300, that's what I asked McKenna, can we pass all the other policies if we don't have a major policy that they all reference?
That's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
3,000 series, I don't think references 4,300, does it? Are there policies
The
in
3,000?
Right.
No, the
So
only
could
ones
we-
I'm, the only
so-
ones are the ones I named, and they're all 4,300 series.
So could we go ahead and pass the 3,000 series?
The ones that are.
Yeah, I mean, we can, none of the other ones that don't have 43
Okay.
are fair game.
So is there a motion on that?
I move.
All right, Ms. Justice, thank you, Ms.
That we
Walker, for
pass.
the second. Any discussion regarding approval of 3,000 series and the additional few policies? There's 4,600 and 7335 is included in that list. Any other discussion?
I think we've been discussing good.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, 3,000 series and 4,600 and 7335 are approved.
Start.
Now, as far as the 4,000 series and the rescinding policies, I don't know if we can unpack all that right now.
No,
Jesus Christ.
no, I don't think we can unpack it right now. Ms. Stagner, is it problematic to have rescinded, or to have two sets of policies? I mean, have we established that our new policy manual will take precedent?
I believe that's certainly the intent. But my recommendation would certainly be for the old ones to be rescinded at the next available opportunity. So if these 4,000 series and if the 4,300 could be moved up and second reading be moved up and they all be adopted together at the next opportunity, that would be ideal.
I think we could probably, if we can change the agenda or add that to the agenda for the 10th, we can get that done.
Okay.
Good enough for
All right.
10:45.
Anything else for that? No? All right. Do we need a motion, Ms. Stagner, for the 4,000 and the rescinded policies, or can we just leave those as is?
I think the board will not take action on those. You've taken action on the first set, so I don't think you need any other action.
Great, thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is the superintendent evaluation tool. Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys finish, is there more to pass, or am I just seeing things?
Those were the rescinded policies
Oh,
on
those
the
are
bottom that we
rescinded ones,
can't do. Yeah.
Sorry.
So that's
sorry.
okay.
Apologies.
Next item is the superintendent evaluation instrument. We talked about this, we introduced it at the January meeting. The district has been using an in-house superintendent evaluation tool for historically. And there is a state tool that is another option as far as evaluating the superintendent. When this was put on the agenda, and thank you, Ms. Justice, for pointing out that I had not put it on the agenda. It was placed on the agenda. Ms. Stagner reached out to me over the weekend and brought up the fact that there is training involved with the state tool. And so we're trying to do research about how that training is offered, when we could get it. I'd like to thank Ms. Bowie and Ms. Marsha Kearns-Merkel, who have been trying to track down people. The person at the state that does this, that provides the information, is on vacation this week. And so we have not been able to get information regarding if training is available and if we could do that. So if it would be okay with the board, I'd like to pause this. We have a couple meetings coming up, so we can have more information.
Put it on there.
Just if that's for the will of the board, so we can have the appropriate information to share.
That sounds good. When we get the right information, so we know what we're doing.
There you go. All right, thank you very much.
That's very helpful.
All right, next item, new business. We have a waiver of policy 8130. Dr. Smith.
We are asking for the waiver of policy 8130. Specifically, this policy provides guidelines for student reassignments on the grounds of hardship. We are asking for a waiver for just this year only, and specific to Students who are athletes in our system who historically play a sport, but because of COVID-19, their high schools are not able to field a team. And so if the parent is requesting reassignment and considers this a hardship, we are asking that the policy be waived as it is currently written to allow that to occur and not disadvantage these young people. Great example of that, we've got a young person in our district who who is actually upon graduation going to play at the D3 level, but lost his season last year and is now losing his season this year because unfortunately his high school is not able to field the team. So again, we do not want to disadvantage our young people when we, if we're able not to.
So they literally changed schools for this reason?
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, sir.
If a particular high school cannot field a team, why can't that individual at that high school play on another high school team?
That is not allowed by the North Carolina
thought you
High
were
School
gonna tell me.
Athletic
Yeah,
Association.
you're right.
Ooh,
So
that's-
what we do have control over is our policy for reassignment. So it definitely is a sacrifice either way for the student, but this allows the parent and the student to make that choice.
You know how many students this might affect?
I would say very few, very few. We do know that it has impacted at least three. I think all three are seniors. 3 seniors this year,
Is this
specific to one sport.
baseball?
But just very few. Say again?
Is it baseball?
No,
What sport is? I'm just
it was
curious.
lacrosse.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any other discussion?
Does this impact any of our other policies where it says that if you transfer schools, you have to sit out?
You have to do what?
You have to sit out a season, you can't,
Oh.
or am I just thinking college?
So no, it would not, the student would not be negatively impacted by this. We've also spoken with the High School Athletic Association in terms of, what the impact would be, and the student would be eligible to play if they were in compliance with the district's policy around enrollment.
Does the student still have to try out for that team?
Yes.
Suppose they don't make
Yes.
it?
Well,
I mean, just in case,
well,
maybe.
I mean, very honestly, again, this is, not anything that I think a student or their family would make a decision or a request lightly. Again, the situation that brought us to our attention is actually a young person who is actually going to play the sport in college. So that is the caliber of athlete that we think would be motivated to, in their senior year, leave the folks that they've been with all year long to go to another high school. So
Who
again,
determines the hardship?
Yeah.
that lady right there, my colleague, Ms. Varnum.
Bless your heart.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you.
Recommendation passes. All right, thank you very much. Are you staying up here for the next one too?
Yes, ma'am.
Next item is the Gifted Advisory Council membership. Dr.
So we bring to you annually, if, and of course, if changes occur more often, the updated Gifted Advisory Council representation. And this is the grid for the 2020-2021 school year. And if you notice the names on the left-hand side of the page, those names that have asterisks represent the new membership. And so we're asking for your board approval.
All right, you have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion?
How many of the parents are actually New Hanover County Schools employees? Or are they straight up plain parents?
So I do not know, well, it says teacher, and
There's
of
one.
course, I'm assuming those teachers are New Hanover County Schools teachers, and so we do have one teacher represented.
And is that the lady that says secretary? She's the X in the?
Yeah, she is the AIG specialist at Cottington Elementary School.
Oh, she's the secretary of your group, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Right, yeah,
yes,
she's,
yes.
she keeps the notes.
Okay, sorry.
Takes the notes.
All right, any other discussion?
I just want to ask, you've got some vacancies here, or
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we do.
well, down here, it says there's a vacant school employee and supervisor.
Yes. If you know somebody that wants, we're looking for them.
Oh, awesome, okay.
Okay, notice that, school employee and student reps, yeah, we'll send them our way.
How would they apply if they're interested?
There is, the best thing to do is call Donna Sloan.
Okay.
Yeah, you just spoke to her, I think it's pretty late, she has to go to work in the morning, so, not that you guys don't, I appreciate that.
All right.
I really do.
What are you looking for? I mean, sorry, I just need.
But contact Donna Sloan. Oh, on the bottom of the list, you'll see we need a student rep, or we'd like to have a student rep and a school employee.
What would you say, what criteria, like, is there just, I mean, any student?
Ask her, it's the best, they should be obviously in the program.
Okay.
Or a parent to it.
Why don't you have that announced to all the school staff by the principals? With it,
Maybe, that's a good idea.
to have a vacancy and who to apply to, students as well.
More
Well, as I said,
student
Donna,
voices.
yeah.
All right, we've had a motion and a second. We have had our discussion. All those in favor of the approval of the membership list, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, membership list is approved. Next item, resolution to support my future NC, also Dr. Smith.
So we are asking for the board's approval for this particular resolution. The focus is on closing the educational attainment gap in North Carolina. The goal therein is by 2020 to have 2 million North Carolinians with high-quality credentials or either post-secondary degrees. And part of what's specific to the resolution is around my FAFSA. So they're asking us to commit as a district to work to ensure that our high school seniors and their families are completing that form because they see that as one of the first steps to being able to continue with your post-secondary degree and or training. And so we would ask the board's approval in signing this resolution.
All right, is there, did you say so moved, Mr. McManus?
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Wildebohr, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recommendation is approved, excuse me. I'm getting tired. The resolution is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Next item on the agenda is a memorandum of understanding between NHCS and Coastal Horizons. Ms. Julie Varnum.
Hi again. This MOU, it lays out the agreement with Coastal Horizons for our Wilmington Health Access for Teens health clinics in our traditional high schools. So that it would be at Laney, New Hanover, Hoggard, and Ashley. And this is where our wellness centers provide 24-hour-a-day primary health services to our students, again with parental permission. That includes clinical counseling, health education, and nutrition education. And then also that can be provided face-to-face or through telehealth or after-hours triage support. And just asking that you approve this memorandum of understanding for us.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Memorandum is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Varnum. Next item, Family First Coronavirus Relief Act. Dr. Coker.
Good evening again. We are asking that you approve the extension of the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act through March 31st, 2021. That's how long we can extend it so far. This would allow our employees another opportunity, a leave opportunity, should their lives be impacted by COVID-19.
All right, you have heard the recommendation. Is there A motion?
Motion. Oops.
They were the same, I don't know. Maybe give
Who
Judy
wants
this
it?
time.
I'll do the
She's
second.
got
All
them the
right,
time.
Mr. Bollier, thank you for the motion. Ms. Justice?
Second.
Second, all right, any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? FFCRA is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is correspondence. As we mentioned earlier, we are going to listen to the remainder of the phone calls from earlier this evening, the remaining calls from call to the audience. And I believe, I don't have my list in front of me, Ms. Bowie, but I believe we are at Miss Amanda White. Is that where we picked up?
Actually, we were at with Paige Collins. We,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Got it, thank you. We heard from.
Hi, yes, my name is Paige Cullen, and my daughter goes to Ogden Elementary School. We have the most amazing teacher that we could ever have asked for, and I am begging that the board votes to put our children back in school 5 days a week. Thank you so much.
We had Ms. Vernon and Mr. Blassitz already.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right, sorry, my list is messed up, okay.
So now we have Miss Amanda White.
Hello, board members. I do apologize for not being in person today, but I hope you respect my decision to speak remotely, providing the opportunities for others to speak in person. As the president of the New Hanover County Association of Educators, I have the opportunity to speak with a variety of school staff, and I can confidently say that staff are appreciative of the dialogue that has transpired since December. And thought has gone into the discussions around fully reopening schools. We also appreciate the push for school staff to have access to the vaccine in the essential workers category. Many school staff hope to have access to both vaccines before any dramatic changes are made to the reopening plan. The fact is that the vaccine will not solve all of the issues around a full reopening of schools. While teachers and paraeducators will be more protected and able to do their jobs with greater protection, quarantines among students will still occur. There has been a dramatic increase in students switching between virtual and in-person learning, along with quarantines over the past month. Everyone in the schools is having to be flexible considering we are still in a pandemic. This is inevitable, and it does need to be considered when discussing new reopening plans. Finally, New Hanover County Association of Educators would like to thank the district for reporting the transmissions within the school during the first semester, expanding professional development opportunities over the course of the year, and working to bring New Hanover County schools into the future with technology and funding. School staff have been waiting for New Hanover County schools to meet the digital needs of educators and students. We still have a ways to go, but the progress is promising. We look forward to 2021 being the start of significant progress.
Next, we have an anonymous caller.
Members of the board, I am calling for our 3 children, 1 in middle school and 2 in elementary. All 3 desperately want to be back in person full-time, but I am also calling for the 4,468 children across the county in middle and high schools who are failing. This is double the number of children that NHCS typically has failing. Double. Usually 15 to 16% fail, but now it is 32%. 32%, and that is only data from the first quarter. We are still waiting on data for quarter 2. One would assume that it's far worse as the toll is cumulative. Your job, according to your mission statement, is to provide, quote unquote, a superior education. Rather than that, these children are suffering. The CDC has written and advised that schools should get back to in-person learning ASAP. 6 feet of space in between everyone is not needed. The CDC has said 3 feet in between students and 6 feet in between staff is sufficient. Then there is the mental health concerns of all of this remote learning. I have requested this data as well from NHCS, but I'm still waiting on the information. CNN published a report in November that ER visits for mental health concerns by children ages 5 to 11 have doubled, and they have tripled for ages 12 to 17. Nurses aren't nursing remotely, firefighters aren't firefighting remotely, and our police force isn't policing remotely. Why isn't it time for our teachers to teach fully in person? Please stop the suffering. Let our children learn and thrive once more. Thank you.
Next, we have the New Hanover County Schools Association of Parents.
The New Hanover County Schools Associations of Parents is an advocacy group for parents of children in New Hanover County Public Schools. We have over 930 active followers and are an inclusive organization who engage with all stakeholders in New Hanover County to ensure that parents' voices are communicated efficiently and effectively. We urge the Board of Education to take decisive action to provide parents a choice to return their K-5 age children to school consistent with the Governor's Plan A guidelines, while also maintaining the current Plan C choice for parents who wish to keep their children in a remote learning environment. Children are our most vulnerable population, and continuing to delay or deny this choice only exacerbates the very real short-term and unknown long-term negative effects and damage being inflicted on these children. Parents have conducted their own personal risk assessments for their families and have also ensured they have considered and accounted for responsibly supporting the health and well-being of our community at large. Now is the time for the Board of Education to act and provide a much-needed first step in the right direction of healing our schools and our community that has been sadly divided by the ever-escalating toxic and harmful rhetoric that serves no useful purpose. Thank you.
Next, we have Sandy Isles.
Hi, my name is Sandy Isles. First, I'd like to thank the board for their support of Plan B. Last week's CDC report confirmed that your decision is the safest option for our students and staff because we can comply with the CDC guidelines. We know we cannot comply under Plan A. Putting student and staff safety first is the best foundation for student learning. I find it morally reprehensible that anyone would believe their inconvenience is justification to put another person's safety at risk, especially while actively denying them the choice to protect themselves. So I thank you for weighing the burden of your responsibility seriously to keep our students and staff safe. Second, Dr. Faust, our community is in need of communication. We're going through a crisis, and I'm not sure why, after multiple requests, you refused to email the families of New Hanover County. When I read heartfelt emails from other district superintendents acknowledging how hard this is and communicating a unifying message, makes me sad that our community is denied this. Makes me sad that as a community we're not working together towards the same goals. Your lack of communication is driving fear, chaos, and division. Our community deserves a leader who will talk to us. Dr. Faust, why won't you talk to us? Third, Ms. Adams, I'm appalled by the board's irresponsible decision to eliminate the remote call to audience option starting in March. Why are you discouraging public participation? Are you afraid to engage with the community you were elected to serve? It seems you want to silence families. It seems you don't want transparency, and it seems you're afraid to confront the truths of the community. As I said in my email, it will be through strong, stable, and transparent leadership that will get us through this crisis. The decision to put the public safety at risk and to obstruct our communication is simply cowardly. The board needs to reconsider the decision and be brave enough to hear from the families you serve. Thank you.
Next, we have Suzanne Midget.
Good morning. I just wanted to start by saying thank you for your time, for your conversations, for your dedication, and for your passion to making the right decision or the best decision possible for the community, the students, and the staff. I believe 100% in education. I understand that it's best for children to be at school. However, with the risk of losing a caretaker or a parent, with the risk of long-term health effects, with the risk of students' futures being changed significantly, I think it's crucial that we consider being vaccinated and being sure that we can socially distance and follow all the protocol. Please understand the significance of lower positivity rates and vaccinating school staff prior to returning to Plan A. If we were vaccinated and the positivity rates were lower, it would minimize community spread and effects of community spread. It would minimize staff shortages, which would provide more quality instruction, more fluent quality instruction, and we have a silver lining in sight. So please consider vaccinating staff members and continuing to support Plan B while New Hanover County has close to 4,000 active cases. And our bottom line is to take care of the safety and health of our children. And I am an elementary school teacher, so thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Next, we have Jocelyn.
Hi, my name is Madison. I'm a second grader in Parsley. I think that we should go to school because it is hard to do school remote learning because your teacher is not there to help. And if your teacher needs to tell you something, they cannot tell you on a video because they will be telling everybody that is in that grade to understand the teachers. And sometimes the Wi-Fi will go out, so we cannot do school. And it is hard for the teachers too because they have to plan everything out, like get the video on the website and on Seesaw. They have to get the activity ready, and they have to get the students that are in school. They have to get stuff and they have to print everything out. And other families that do not want their kids to go to school do not have to send their children to school. So we both get a choice. Bye.
Next up, we have Laura Jolly.
Hi. I'd like to thank you ahead of time for setting up this way to express our thoughts and concerns, and thank you for your time, dedication to this matter. I think that we understand that educators know what is best for students, and we agree that all students need to be in the class, and that we all value education. That's why we do this. However, it's unclear that we've been able to come up with a way for us to safely enter back into Plan A. And a lot of our futures, our children's futures, our families' futures have been changed so significantly by this pandemic and unpredictability of it. And I don't think that rushing back to coming into school is worth the irreplaceable futures and family members, and that should be protected. I think that because there is a vaccine and we're just waiting to receive ours, that there's no reason to rush to go back into Plan A, and like I said before, significantly change the lives of our families and friends, even with long-term health effects from this pandemic. I urge you to please consider and support us staying in Plan B until we can safely do this. I understand before, when there wasn't a vaccine so close, it seemed like it would be forever before our students could come back, but the vaccine is here. And I urge you to keep us.
Next, we have Mary McKinley.
I would like to know what the board is doing to make a plan for immunizing teachers as soon as possible. My name is Mary McKinley. I'm a teacher, and I'm concerned. Will we get the vaccine through New Hanover County, which is what I am told when I call the school, or will it come through the school, which is what I'm told when I talk to the county? Thank you for telling us what the plan is.
So next we have Barbara Anderson.
Good evening, school board members. This is Barbara Anderson with the New Hanover County Retired Association. First, I would like to thank the New Hanover County School Board for their difficult decisions in January, maintaining instruction in the Plan B model for elementary. It was the safe model then and remains the safest model for today at this time. There has been a lot of discussion regarding the latest CDC guidelines reported in the January 26, 2021 article in the JAMA network, which concluded that there didn't seem to be much evidence to show in-school transmission, but is based on flawed data, as stated in paragraph 4. However, in paragraph 2, the study also indicates that mitigating in-school transmission between students to students and students to staff, districts and communities must take steps to reduce community spread. Also in paragraph 7, the study also states that preventing transmission in school settings will require addressing and reducing levels of transmission in the surrounding community through policies to interrupt transmission. In addition, all recommended mitigation measures in school must continue, requiring universal face mask use, increasing physical distancing by de-densifying classrooms and common areas, using hybrid attendance models when needed to limit the total number of contacts and prevent crowding, increasing room air ventilation, and expanding screen testing for rapidly identifying and isolating asymptomatically infected individuals. In addition, staff and students should continue to have options for online education, particularly those at increased risk of severe illness or death. Finally, the co-authors stress that decisions made by school systems are not isolated from the community. Decisions must include a commitment to implement community-based policies that reduce transmission when COVID incident is high in the community, such as restricting indoor dining in restaurants, gyms.
Next up, we have Sarah Dane.
My name is Sarah Dane. I'm a parent of 3 students at New Hanover County Schools. One is a middle schooler who has been going back in hybrid form, going back AA days. I have twins at Coddington Elementary, and they are also doing just AA days. I would like to see them go back to school as soon as possible. I'm a substitute teacher at Coddington Elementary, and the school is kept very clean. To me, the benefits outweigh the risks as far as worrying about me or my children contacting the coronavirus, because the schools are kept very clean. It's just as likely for us to catch it out in the community as it is in the school. It actually would be less likely to catch it in the school. So if you guys could consider them going back in face-to-face, that would be awesome. Thank you very much.
So next we have Lindsay Bullock.
My name is Lindsay Bullock, and I would like everyone on the Hanover County Board of Education to know that they have failed our children, they have failed our community, they continue to show neglect to all of these children, and I wish they would all step down because apparently they do not know how to do their job correctly. Thank you.
Our final call for tonight is from an anonymous caller.
Hi, I'm a parent of 2 children that are currently in the New Hanover County School District, and as the board meets tonight to further discuss the reopening of schools, I just, would like to point out that, these kids are not in school, and parents are now being forced to find alternate ways to care for these children. And in my experience, I've seen several places that are opening for these children to go play all day in, aftercare settings, and they are not requiring these children to wear masks, and these children are not getting COVID. I specifically, I went to view one of these places, and there were approximately 45 children running around without masks on. And in my opinion, these children should be at school, social distancing with masks on and being safe. That's a much safer environment than what I've witnessed firsthand looking at different options around the city. Further, I have seen a significant decline in several children and their mental state from being at home and not being able to be socialized. And at this point, it's outweighing the risk to have them at school being safe and socially distanced. These children have to get back to school. Thank you for your time, thank you for your consideration, and thank you for listening to my feedback.
All right, again, thank you so much to everyone that did call to the audience, whether it was remote or in person. For our final correspondence this evening, we have a letter that was submitted from the County Commission from Chair Olson-Bozeman this afternoon, and I would like it if Ms. Bowie could read it for the board, please, and to put into public record.
Dear Chairwoman Adams, you may have seen today that Governor Cooper strongly urged school districts to reopen schools to in-person instruction. I share the governor's call, and I hope you do as well. To that end, I plan to advocate to the state that teachers, particularly those in K-5 schools who are willing to return to in-person instruction, receive priority for vaccines in the state's plan. While I share the governor's call for in-person learning, I believe that prioritization should be reflected in priority of the limited supply of vaccines. I have already expressed this stance to our public health department as well, so that they can plan in order to prioritize teachers and school staff at the earliest possible time. I hope you and the school board will join me in this cause and reach out to our state's leaders to encourage priority with vaccinations for school staffs. I also hope you and your board will begin working towards Plan A for our students at the urging and guidance of Governor Cooper, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Mandy Cohen, North Carolina DPI Superintendent Catherine Truitt, and State Board of Education Chair Eric Davis. As they said in their letter today, our children's well-being is too important to wait when we can act safely now. We urge you to make sure our children will have the opportunity to be back in classrooms. The Board of Commissioners agrees and is ready and willing to work with you to help ensure our students can return safely to schools. Sincerely, Julia Olsman-Bozeman, Chair, New Hanover County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bowie. We are grateful for the partnership with the county, and we also will be advocating on behalf of our staff and teachers to be vaccinated early. I encourage everyone in the audience to call our legislators and call our public health department. I know the vaccine rollout has been slow, but our public health is working very hard to get it into the arms. So just please be vocal, and we know we all want to get our kids back in school. Just as a reminder, there was a few calls that came through today. Plan A has not been approved for middle or high school. That is not an option. Plan A has only been recommended or allowed by the governor for pre-K through 5th grade. Middle and high school are not eligible for a Plan A option at this time. All right, next item on the agenda, announcements. The following are upcoming meetings in which board members are participating. Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee meeting on Monday, February 8th at 5 p.m. and Monday, February 22nd at 5 p.m. Policy Committee meeting Tuesday, February 9th at 9 a.m. Calendar Committee meeting Wednesday, February 10th at 4 p.m. and a Title IX Committee meeting Monday, February 15th at 3 p.m. And we also have a Family Communications Committee that is not listed on here, correct? February 18th?
Oh, yes,
Is that
sorry.
right? At 5 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's another addition. And that is it for our announcements. We have one more closed session for this evening pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, A3, and A6, to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321, and to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privileged information. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, we are in closed session. Board members, we will meet in the back room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and our final item on the agenda is adjournment.
Moved.
That was the fastest motion all
Aye,
night.
aye,
Any
aye,
discussion? All those in
You're the one that
favor,
heard me.
say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. We are
I've always
adjourned.
wanted to say no, but I'm not gonna do it, that's that one.
Somebody did it at one meeting.